My camera was jiggling. That's because it's on this stand up above and I bumped it. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Saturday night. What are you doing, Meri? Well, I'm going to do some art. I have so much to get done, and I'm awake. I'm awake. I don't know if anybody else is awake. Doesn't look like it. Nobody's expecting me to come on. I did a little cleaning today. I watched Shannon Green. I watched Mabel at Crafting on a Budget. What else did I do today? I don't know. But I have lots of art to get done. So I thought I would just come on. No, I don't need you, Google Assistant. I need my channel. Let's go to my channel. Videos. Live. Well, there's some people watching. Is anybody here? Ruth. Ruth is awake. Hi, Ruth. Hi, Olga. Welcome, welcome. Ruth, you're awake? You're an hour later than me. What are you doing up? Are you quilting? Ruth is a quilter. Look at this. I've been sorting. I thought I might catch up on my calendar. I want to finish this prompt box. So I'm going to gesso that. I want to melt crayons. I haven't melted crayons in so long. I'm having withdrawal. Penelope's sitting here on my desk. I have postcards to do. I found these. I think these are from an auction. Probably the Defy. Is it the Defy auction? Long ago. I'm not sure where I got these. Cards. Yeah. And I need to make up the zines that I got copied. Hi, Anwar. Ruth said, listening to husband snoring. So this is a pleasant distraction. Oh, dear. Listening to your husband snore. There's a recipe on there. Who took a piece of the pie? Huh. Yeah, I'm thinking that these are leftovers from some auction. I'm not sure which one. I've been sorting out. Let me tell you, I have a lot to sort out. Let's see. I listened to the Frugal Crafter today talking about... oh, she had a list. The reason that I listened to her, well, she goes on, she does a vlog every Saturday. And I like to listen to her because I like to know what's on her mind. But she titled her stream that she has a list and she doesn't like it or something like that. She hated lists or she didn't like the list or whatever. And I kept trying to hear what did you have against lists? Well, I think what she did is she made a list of things she wanted to talk about and she couldn't get to everything or didn't get to everything or something like that. I don't think that she has anything against lists per se. These are some old, some images that I was trying with this Aileen's whatever. Transfer it. And these didn't come out too bad. I rubbed a little hard on there. But I was trying yet to get the white off of these. And I don't know. It could be the paper. Because let me tell you, once it dries, it goes white on me again. And I have rubbed and rubbed and rubbed on this one. And you can't rub too hard or you do rub a hole in it. But these have been sitting around for, oh, couple months, I think, when I first tried this. A month ago at least. 2 months ago. Yeah, it's been a couple months. Now see, it's nice and it looks nice until it dries, and then it gets that white film on it again. And I know the white film is paper, and I keep trying to get all that paper off. And I just keep rubbing. This is a watch. And I have to laugh at it because it looks like time going backwards. The 12 is wrong side out. Wrong side out time. Yeah, the 6 is backwards, the 12 is backwards. Time is going upside down. Kind of perfect for 2020, isn't it? What do we have against the year 2020? Well, it hasn't been a banner year, that's for sure. I think there are a lot of people who could have done without 2020. But I'll keep at this. See, there's a lot. This is a compass. Let me move this package of paper. Let me move this paper. See, this is a compass. And it looks real nice while it's wet. And I know that it's just a matter of getting all that extra paper off, but that paper must be really good paper or something, background paper. Because I keep working at it. I can feel the paper on this. I can feel it. It's crunching up. So I've been playing with this. I got several of them. I would love to get this one. I think this was an advertisement, though. Did I get this out of the Smithsonian magazine? Or it might have just been a fussy cut that I had that I thought I would try an image transfer with it, but so, and I'm only playing with these because I was sorting and I ran across them. This came out of a Martha Stewart magazine. These are some owls. These would be nice to get done for Halloween. And a lot of people have asked, why transfer it? Why transfer? Why not just collage it down? And my answer is, you may want to put it on something that you can't glue something onto. Like a glass jar, a pillow. Well, I guess a pillow, either one of those, I guess you could glue stuff on, but traditionally you probably wouldn't. Now I know that's not all off, and it'll all turn white again after because I can still see it peeling up here. But I'm not going to play with this all night. I got other things to do. And this one is a squirrel that I'd love to get that squirrel cleaned up too. See how pretty he is when you wet it down? But then he dries all white. Well, and again, I don't know what this is. I think this was some sort of a religious triptych or something. This was a medieval picture of some sort. Yeah. And it's just, the paper it must be the kind of paper that it's made out of. Maybe it's got more glue than my kitty cat. I had a kitty cat that really did nice. So maybe I just need to keep working at them too. All right, I'm going to put them away. Or put them aside. Who's ready to do a Merithon art session? Add more water. Oh, there's Rosemary. Rosemary Morris. Rosemary Morris, I checked to see if you were live before I came on. I thought Rosemary usually does a late night. Hi, Rosemary. She says hello, hello. Rosemary, I can't wait to get your November. Let me show you, Rosemary. Don't go away. Let me go over here and get it. I have to show this to you. Hopefully I can put my hands right on it. No. Where did it go? Well, I'll have to show it to you another time because I'm not going to spend hours looking for it. I have this wonderful ledger journal. Phooey. Where did that go? I would love to show you that ledger journal. And of course, you know, if I knew you were going to be in here, I would have hunted for it before the stream. Well, I can't put my hands on it. I had it out the other day because it will be so fun to do. And I can't put my hands on it. It's here somewhere. But it's all from a doctor's office. And I can't wait to get your Rosemary's November Apothecary. You were on last night. Well, I was actually going to work, Rosemary, on your sewing caboodle kit. I'm trying to get one done before I start the next one. And I was at the thrift store yesterday, and I got a bundle of floss because I'm going to do a lot of sewing. Let me pull out the sewing journal because I was going to work on it tonight too. I wish I could put I'll have to show you that. And the other thing, Rosemary, I wanted to say is I got all these old 1906 newspapers, and they have all these ads for medicine in them. Let me see if I can put my hands on those, because I know I put those special in because they're so crumbly. They are crumbling apart. Oh, and Rosemary, look. Rosemary, don't go. Look. I got this a couple years ago when I first came down here for my birthday. It's a celluloid, and this, it's kind of fallen apart. I'm going to repair this. I'm hoping to find a fabric similar to this, and that shouldn't be too hard. But it's got all these, it's filled with photos. It's filled with them. And I haven't, these look like the same, they're either brothers, or this is him at a younger age or something, because they got the same noses. So I think this is a family album. And it's just filled with photos. Then, this past week, Rosemary Morris got me onto these. This past week, I saw this on, this one was on the marketplace, Facebook Marketplace with the local town here. Not the town I live in, but the town where we do all of our shopping. This one only cost me $15. And I'm playing in it. And I'm doing my walnut ink spray in here. I don't know if you can see that too well. Let me zoom in on this because I am really happy with this. Zoom in on it. Look at that. And I just put a piece of lace over it and I sprayed my walnut spray. Now this is that paper. You know, that paper that's in there. And it seemed to do really good. But on the cardboard itself, or the mat, it seemed to soak in. So I'm not sure. I thought I'd try it again because it's really soaked in. I thought maybe I'd put some clear gesso on it and spray over the clear gesso, because it's kind of, this mat, I think, has kind of absorbed the ink. But I was so happy to get this. And it's got the latch. It stands. Let me zoom out again here. It stands vertically. You were watching when I was stenciling it? Oh, I didn't know that. You're always so quiet, Rosemary. But look, it latches. And it's kind of hard to find one where the latch is still working. So I'm going to quit playing with the latch. So I was really happy to get this. This is just my favorite colors too, golds and kind of the rusty colors. And this is embossed. I was doing a rubbing off of this. This is embossed into the celluloid. So I was playing with that. Rosemary knows all about it. She was watching. I was going to show you those old newspapers because I put them in an envelope down here because they're crumbling away. Which one did I put them in? They're crumbling away. I put them in a bag. And I thought, now, let me pick up the paper that fell here, or I'm going to be tripping over it. I stack my paper vertically against my desk here, and sometimes it tips over. These are old 1906 papers, and I did a lot of, it's crumbling away on the edges, and I broke off a lot of these edges before I put them in here and threw away the crumbles, but it's still crumbling. But what will be so fun, you know, is that in here, let's see if I can find one. Well, there's one for ironclad milk tins. I was looking at babies have something this month. Let's see if I can find some medical. You can see I've cut out of some of these. This paper is crumbling away. Now that I want to find one, I'm just going to leave the crumbles in there. No, let's put it over here now. Wastebasket. Shake it off in my wastebasket. Well, I want a medical ad. Here's one, I think. Let's see what it says. I mean, all the crumbles. Secretary Dopp's narrow escape. He had backache and sleeplessness. Uh-oh. He was probably watching too many late-night videos. He had backache and sleeplessness caused by CATARRH of kidneys. I don't know what that means. Peruna cured. Many persons having CATARRH, I don't know, of the kidneys and don't know it. I can't even pronounce it. But here he is here. Raymond Dopp, Financial Secretary of the Catholic Mutual Benefit Association, number 42, writes from Antoine Street, Detroit, Michigan. If you'd seen me 3 years ago and saw me today, you would not wonder that I praise Peruna. He was telling about all the pain he was in. So those type of ads is what I'm looking for when I get this paper is crumbly. I have to tell you, it is crumbly. Let's see, this was 2 are dead on each side as a result of an old feud between the Hargises and the Caldwells raging at Jackson, Kentucky. Well, that's not really a medical ad. Here's Sanitol. Well, let go of it. As a nourishment, use Dr. F.W. Lang's lactated tissue food. A great corset purchase and a gas range. But I know that in here, whoops, this is really delicate stuff. Delicate papers. There's 2 of them here. But they're old and crumbly, and I'm going to use as much of them as I can. What's over here? Let me pull this out. Did you see the large yellow peaches? Somebody's selling at $1.25. Come on. Oops. Meri, you're tearing it up. Miss Virginia Cranes. How hospital physicians used and relied upon Lydia E. Pincan's vegetable compound. Dear Miss P-I-N-E Pingham, 12 years continuous service at the sick bed in some of our prominent hospitals as well as at private homes has given me varied experiences with the diseases of women. So they sold had a lot of ads in these papers for all kinds of cures. I'll have to vacuum the rug after this because all this stuff just crumbles away. Crumbly paper. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Hi, Carla. I was thinking, Rosemary, when I find, and you know, I can't scan, but I can take some pictures of some of this stuff and put it out on a free folder on my drive. And if anybody wants it for the their November journals, they can grab the picture and print it off if they want any. And then that of that index, I wish I could show you that index. I mean that ledger, because it's a long ledger and it's got all sorts of entries of doctor appointments and, you know, it's really a cool ledger. And I was thinking I would share some of that. Men come to me. I want every man that is suffering from varicocele, V-A-R-I-C-O-E-L-E, something, 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 specific blood poisoning, lost, weakened, or impaired vitality, bladder and kidney troubles, eczema, or eruptic conditions of the skin, acute or chronic ulcers, nocturnal losses, or any associating conditions, to come and have a social chat with me. Dr. McAney's Medical and Surgical Offices. See, I've been cutting out of here. I took this one paper and I thought I'm just going to use as much of this one paper as I can. And I've been tearing out of it here. And it's crumbling away. Something free to men. Trial package of this new Livery mail to every man, name and address. Quickly restores strength and vigor. I wonder what that is. A precursor to Viagra or something. Here's another one. By my Chemi Electra method. Don't waste your time and ruin your health in taking medicine, using washes and wearing a suspensory. They are useless and never cure varicose. Vera something. It's not varicose. It's varicocele. You will discover this when it's too late. Consult the doctor who has radically and permanently cured thousands of young men. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, look, there's 10 stamps free here. So that's kind of what I'm going to, when I get the November Kaboodle kit. But I have to do September and October's. And for October, Rosemary, if you're still listening out there, I got this book and I spilled water on my desk and it drained off onto this book. And of course it's all warped. But that gives me permission to cut it up. And I'm still thinking that Tanya McGuire and Lisa Conway are doing book carvings, wonderful book carvings. And I'm thinking that I might do some book carvings. It's really sad that this worked so bad, but I probably would not have cut this book up if it was not warped. And I'm thinking of taking the things you sent in your package, in your Kaboodle, and working it in among the carvings on this book. There's just, look at these. These are just, it's a wonderful book. And I got it in a $5 sack at a book sale. And look at this. Look at this. Map of North American Indians. Indians of North America. And then it's huge. It's National Geographic Society. It's just huge. It opens up. And I thought this would make a really fun little mini journal. I mean, it's huge. It's huge. So I'm just going to work through these Kaboodles as I get inspired by what you send out. I'm working on the sewing one. I might skip the Indian one and go work on the November one. I'm going to put these papers back. They are crumbling away. I'm putting crumbles in there too. I should take and separate them all like this, but every time I get these out, I have to vacuum my floor because these just cling to the carpet, and the little crumbles do, and they get all over the place. But I like this. I like them. I just fold it like that. Look at the crumbles here. Look at the crumbles. Let's put it back in this bag if I can. All right, Rosemary came in and got me all sidetracked. Love it, Rosemary. See, this could almost be collaged down and made into a something or other, but I'm going to toss them because they're in my way tonight. So, I'm going to, this is my brother's cigarette, and Karen K left a comment when I was making these prompt cards and asked if it was a different size of cigarette. And I think it is, because she said the last ones were 3.5 by 2.5, and I think they were longer. Is there such a thing as Marlboro 100s? And these are just plain Marlboro? I don't know enough about cigarettes. I'm going to have to ask my brother. He's probably wondering, he smokes his cigarettes and then he throws these boxes in the trash. And I've been going out on the porch and digging them out of the trash. He probably wonders where all his empty cigarette boxes are going. I don't know if he notices it or not. But they're perfect to hold my little prompt cards. And I dug one out of the trash tonight. And we had gone shopping the other day. And I bought an extra pound of butter because I like to make cookies and stuff during the fall. I bought an extra pound to bake with. Well, I was, you know, he takes, when we come home, we put all the, you know, we shop once a month. And we put all the meat and, you know, the cold foods like butter and whatever's cold in a paper sack because, you know, we have to, it isn't just round the block for us. It's about 20 miles away, and it just stays a little bit colder in a paper sack than it does in the plastic bags, or we think it does. Anyway, he usually puts all the meat in the freezer after we get home. Well, that butter was in that paper sack. And I know there was some butter in the refrigerator that we bought, but I bought extra. Well, I was digging out this cigarette box or one like it tonight, and there's a pound of butter in the trash out in the back porch, and I'm going, how did did he throw away a pound of butter? Why did he throw that butter away? So he's going to have to answer to me tomorrow on why that pound of butter is in the trash out in the back porch. What did he do? I can't bake cookies. I'm not digging it out of the trash, that's for sure. He'll probably give me some dumb answer like, there wasn't room in the refrigerator for it, so I threw it out. I don't know. Or he'll say, I didn't do it. There goes my extra baking. I'll just say, well, no chocolate chip cookies this month. Yeah. Yeah, it probably was an accident, but I mean, how do you just throw away a whole pound of butter? I mean, if the paper sack were the same sack that he was using for the trash, I could understand. But he has to take the meat out of the paper sack and put it in the freezer and take everything out of the paper sack. Then we fold up the new paper sack. The trash is already lined, you know. It had to either fall in there or intentionally put in there. I'm going to approach him tomorrow, find out what's with that pound of butter in the trash. No chocolate chip cookies for you. Yeah, a whole pound. Hi, Arlene. A whole pound of butter. I mean, that can cost, the cheap butter costs $3.54 for a pound of butter. And it's real butter. It's not oleo. It's not margarine. It's the real stuff. I cook with the real stuff. He kind of likes that oleo. He likes the blue bunnet stuff, but I don't care for it. I've been spoiled, I guess. This paint is real juicy. Yeah, I think his Marlboro, I think those other packages I had I got some yellow paint on here from last night on my brush that I didn't get washed out, but that's okay because I'm going to put a napkin around this. I think the other prompt cards were Marlboro 100s or something, and these are just plain Marlboro. They're a little bit shorter and wider. And I don't know what I did with the other packages. They're here someplace. I've been sorting out, and I probably took them. I got boxes out in the dining room again. But I'm slowly getting it sorted out. He will say, I don't know why you were digging in the trash. I'll say, well, I did a whole bunch of towels and wash. I changed the kitchen towels after every supper, because the kitchen towel, hand towel, and the wash rag that we leave on the sink, I change those every day after supper. And I just did a big load of them. And really, well, I was out in the porch folding all those up. Folding my kitchen towels up. I'll just say, one of them fell in there. And I reached down to get it, and there was a pound of butter staring up at me. That's what I'll tell him. I won't tell him I was hunting for his cigarette boxes. And I was watching Shannon Green. Did you guys watch Shannon Green? I'm just getting used to catching her on Saturday mornings now. I usually sleep in on Saturday mornings, but I quit my stream a little early last night, so I was up and watching YouTube, and there was Shannon Green. So I watched her today, and she was talking about her glue stick. And she has the same problem I do sometimes with that glue stick not sticking up. You think you got it all glued down? Like, I know I glued those corners and double glued them, and the next day they're all loose again. And she was talking about that, and I'd made the comment, well, has anybody done a hack for glue sticks? And well, sure, some people have. So that set me off on a experiment this afternoon. And there's 2 or 3 hacks out there. One is with cornstarch and water and vinegar or something. There's more hacks out there for glue sticks that you put in your heat gun, hot glue sticks, than for just plain old glue sticks. And but I tried the one with, and I'll show that to you. I'm not sure it really worked, or I might have added, I used rice. I boiled the rice, and I think what I should have done was, I have this little magic bullet thing, which is kind of like a food processor, but it's, if you guys know what a magic bullet is, it's a little personal grinder thing. And if you put rice and nuts in there, I mean, you can almost make a flour. And I wish I would have done that with my rice. Of course, I guess if you cook it, you would be cooking paste. But I cook the rice just like you normally boil rice. That's what I did. And then I put it in the little grinder, the little food processor. And I added some vinegar. And boy, let me tell you, that stuff really gets gooey, like glue. And if you if you leave it in that little processor long enough, you get those rice kernels that are already softened because they've been boiled. They make a paste. Now and it got pasty. And boy, I'll tell you, I put my little grinder. It comes on a little holder, and it's got the little prongs in there that, you know, and I washed that out right away because it was really pasty, almost like a wallpaper paste. So I added some more vinegar to loosen it up a little. Then I added some cornstarch. Let me show you. I'll show you one here. Is this it? Is this it? Or is this my... No, that's my real glue stick. I'm not sure how long you're supposed to let it dry. It feels, I might have added too much cornstarch, but let me, I don't know if you guys can see. It should be coming up here. Yeah, it's coming up. Let me come closer to the phone, to the camera. Yeah. Hold it up here. See, it's coming in. I just pressed it in there, and it's still pretty. I think you're supposed to let it dry for like a day or so, but it looks like glue. But let me, and it will go down again like a glue stick would, but I'm not convinced that I have the right formula for it. I think I use cornstarch, not flour. And I might have put too much cornstarch in it in an attempt to get it pasty, to, you know, like a glue. So I know you guys are saying, well, do glue something, Meri. Well, I'm going to here in a minute. Let me push it down. So, and this is the part, I might have to fiddle with the formula. But let's just see, I'm not, it's, I think if I take it off like this, and I'm not sure if I just have to let that dry more. Where's my palette knife? See, it's sticky. It's sticky stuff. So I think if, but I either have too much cornstarch in there. Now I'll get it out of my way. But it will, it's almost too pasty. I almost have, I think I do have too much cornstarch, but you have to have cornstarch in there to, you know, and flour and water will make a paste. So I really wouldn't call this the right formula yet. It's okay if I spread it out this way, and it will stick, but it's clumpy. I wouldn't try to do glue booking with this until like I said, I think I have to find the right formula. But let's fold this over. And see, it will, well, I didn't get any on the edge here, but it sticks. Well, when it dries, it'll stick. Or I just don't have the right formula yet. But I know, I'm happy with the way that it goes into the little tube, and then I can roll it up again. Roll it out. I have to turn it several times to get it going here, but it's coming out again. And I thought, well, maybe what I need to do is add a little water. Maybe it needs to be juicier. So I thought I would try to add a little water to my page just to see if it needs a little softening. See, and now that moves pretty, but is it gluey? I mean, I don't know if I'd add water for real. I mean, for a glue job. I think I need the right formula in here yet. Let's try fold this. Of course, I didn't fold it right, but I'm not convinced that's going to stick like it should. So I'm happy with this part, that it's going in and molding into the, container like I want. But I don't think I have the right formula for it. I think I might have too much cornstarch. And I can dig it all out if I need to. Or, well, if I let it dry anymore, I'm not even sure that it will come off of the stick. I'm just getting the glue off of the edge of the... And it's gummy. It's more of a paste than a glue. It's more of a paste. So I just don't think I have the right formula for it yet. But it's interesting that all this is rice and vinegar and cornstarch. And you can look up how glue sticks are made and what's in glue sticks, and there's a couple companies that give the ingredients. Of course, they give all these scientific names, and I suppose if you researched them, you could find out what they all mean. But I'm playing with the right way to make a homemade glue stick. And I think I'm happy with half of it. But I don't think I have the right formula for the glue yet. So I'm still working with that. That was my experiment for today. Now look at my hands are all yucky. Well, I did look for recipes on YouTube. I did, and most of the things on YouTube are hot glue sticks. And that was interesting. I don't use hot glue sticks that much, but what I found interesting on the ones that I saw was molding it, how they molded it. They'll do 2 or 3 things. They'll take a straw. Now this is my iced tea. But they'll take a straw about the same diameter as a glue stick, and they'll melt. One used actual PVA glue and mixed it with hot wax and put it down a straw, and then broke, after it was molded, broke the straw off around it. And they say it works, but the ones that I looked at on YouTube were the rice ones. It's not as easy as it looks, friends. Let me wash my hands now. Get some of this. It's more of a paste than a glue, I would say. What I have is more of a paste. You know, instead of flour and water, it's rice and vinegar and cornstarch. And the cornstarch, you know, if you've ever made cornstarch decorations, have you ever made those little cornstarch ornament things? It's kind of what gives it its pliability. So I thought I'd let it dry, but I honestly don't think I have the right formula. So I'm going to keep working at it, keep seeing if I can't make me a glue stick that really works as a glue stick. Crafty says, I want to try the paste one that says it's extra strong. It's supposed to be the equivalent of Yes paste. I think I saw that. Let's finish. Well, this is pretty well. Well, I don't have this, so let's do some more. I got off on the wild goose chase here with the glue. But that was fun to try. But we were talking about my brother. Of course, my brother cooked salmon tonight for supper. He was going to have it last night, but he ate popcorn in the afternoon. And I went shopping, and I didn't get home till about 5:30 last night. And he asked me, he said, are you hungry enough for supper? And I really wasn't. You know, I get tired of doing all that shopping and running around. And I said, what are you going to have? And he said, well, I have some salmon out. And I said, well, just save it for tomorrow night. So we had salmon for supper tonight. Well, he saw me cooking that rice, and he thought I was making rice to go with the salmon. And I said, no, this is an art experiment. And then he couldn't figure out what in the world I was doing with rice for art experiment. And he walked by several times, and he saw the glue sticks, and he saw me adding it, mixing it up in my little magic bullet. And he said, are you making glue? Yeah. I said, I'm trying, but I truthfully do think it's more of a paste than glue. So I don't have the right formula yet. I think I have too much cornstarch in it because it's awful pasty. But if I don't have it pasty, then I can't mold it in the little, I mean, if it's too sticky yicky, then it won't mold in the little tube. It'll just be gooey. But maybe that's what it needs. And maybe it needs, in order for it, maybe it needs to be gooey as I'm molding it. And maybe that's what they mean by letting it dry. Because they said to be sure you let it dry. Or the one I saw said let it dry. But let me tell you, it doesn't take much. I followed the, I didn't use minute rice. I used real rice, you know, the grain. I think mine was short grain rice. And I boiled it. I boiled it in the water and let it boil down. And then I added some more water and let it fluff up. And then after it all fluffed up, and I, you know, it wasn't beautiful rice, but it wasn't bad either. It was edible, perfectly edible at that point. It was just like making rice. I didn't add any salt to it, but, and then I put that in that little magic bullet. And then's when it's got really sticky. And you know, I would say that if you do that, boy, take that over to the sink right away. And where's my little napkin that I was going to collage this? You'll want to clean that right away or put it in water right away, or when it dries it will become a sticky mess. Something like this, only worse. I like that little magic bullet. I got that in Wisconsin before I even came home. And I like to make shakes and when we have a roast, my brother likes to have the leftovers made into sandwich, roast beef spread. And I add pickles and I grind all that up in that little magic bullet. But you have to wash it out really fast. Where's my glue? I'm going to collage this on here. And I think I'll collage it close and then cut around. I think that's what I do. These are from the prompt cards that I made Friday night. All these prompt cards are going in there. And I do think that this is a shorter, because there's no way that I can get a 3.5 inch. Now my Crayola is on top of the ruler. 3.5 inches would be, well, would be about a 1/4 of an inch down past this box, right to there. Maybe not a 1/4, maybe an 1/8. Now, I could not get 3.5 inches in this box. These are 3 inches here. These are 3 inches, and you can see, well, that looks like a 1/2 inch, but it's not. It's more like 3/8 of an inch. There's the 1/2 inch right there. So, and it's certainly wider. She said, Karen said my others were, well, this is 2 inches. What did she say? She said 3.5 by, so the others are the size of a business card. And I don't know. I can't wait to find my other ones. I put them away someplace as I was sorting. And then I get more stuff and it piles up behind my chair and you just don't want to look over there. Oh, dear me. All right. Oh. See, and I was even thinking you might be able to take some of this glue. What would happen if I take some glue itself, like this, and mix with cornstarch? So that's something to experiment with. Take some school glue and mix it with some cornstarch and see if you can't make a paste. This is, let me show you. This is the leftover, what I had from today. Let me get this out of the way again. This is This is a cookie roll. I was going to see how it dried in this wax paper. Where is it? It's right here. See, it is drying. But it doesn't feel sticky. It feels like cookie dough, but it's not sticky enough. I don't think you could, but if I could take PVA glue, and I wouldn't need all of this, I would only need enough for, enough to put in a glue stick. Take some of this and add cornstarch to it. And I might do that tomorrow and see if I can't get a consistency like this that's sticky. This is rice. This is rice, vinegar, and cornstarch. I'm going to roll this back up, and I'm seeing if how this will keep in this wax paper. And when you make this, don't use a cup of rice and 2 cups of water. I threw out half of the rice. I only used about half of what I made, what I cooked. And I filled 3 glue sticks, and I had this left over. Let me give this another twist. Yeah. I'll throw it away eventually. Now I put that brush back in the water. It'd be fun to find a hack for it that really worked. That was as good as an Elmer's glue stick. It's fun to experiment with it. All right, what happened to my, here it is. So I'm going to collage this down on here. Let's start here. Collage it this way. So that might be my next experiment, is just take some PVA glue like this and mix it with cornstarch. When they made those glue sticks, they used glue, PVA glue, like what I'm using here, and they mixed hot wax with it. And they poured it into a straw, and then when it molded it, then they unmolded it and used it in their heat gun. Their glue gun. Not their heat gun, their glue gun. Which I thought was interesting, that wax, hot wax. Well, you know, wax will meld things together if you put wax to wax. I'll bet if that log dries out, you could make something with it. You could probably carve it, huh, Arlene? This got crooked on me. Let's see, did this one go crooked? No, this one's better. Let's use this one. You could probably carve something out of it. Carve a totem pole or something. Now, let's tear this, if and I can. And it's fun to experiment. You know, I guess that I needed more science lab courses than I got when I was in high school or junior high. I probably would have done pretty good with that stuff. I did good in science itself. Where's my scissors? I did good in science class until it came to chemistry. Then somebody convinced me I was too dumb. Well, I don't know what I did with my scissors, so I'm going to use these, my My scissors keep disappearing on me. I'll just tear it. Yeah, the object is not to make glue itself. The object is to make a glue stick. So you would think that if you start with a glue, you just need to get it into a form that you can put into a glue stick, and it will still glue down when you want it to. So actually using glue might be a good idea. Now I'm going to cut this out along the sides here, so I've done that before, so never fear. Let's kind of dry this a little. You bought your glue gun in 1990. It's been a good one, Arlene says, but now it just pours glue. I guess whatever the trigger does, it's worn out. Huh. There's Julie. Julie sent me a recipe, but it was more for a hot glue gun. I did watch that video, and the takeaway I had from that I thought I could use was how they molded their, they didn't use a drinking straw. They actually did a little, they took a glue stick itself, like say this is a glue stick, and they wrapped a piece of plastic around it, a piece of clear plastic around that, and then they taped around the plastic, and then they bopped the little glue stick out, and they had a tube. And then they put some hot glue on the paper, and then they took that hollow tube and set it in the spot of glue to make a bottom for it. And then when they molded their glue stick, and did they use PVA glue? Were they one of the ones who used PVA and hot wax? I don't remember, Julie. But I go, well, that would be a good thing to try if I wanted to make a hot glue stick. But that wasn't what I was after. So now I'm just having fun with all these cigarette boxes. Actually, this is for prompt cards here. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit too much there. I think I'll snip this away. Tear it. Yeah, it's on my hand. Well, oh, Carla, that's sweet. Yeah, I need to maybe use my hot glue gun more than I do. So I have a whole kettle full of empty cigarette boxes to play with. He smokes too much. My brother smokes too much, but he isn't going to listen to me telling him to stop. He's smoked all his life. He's, you know, me telling him to quit now is not going to be received. They tell him to quit smoking at the VA. They don't listen. He doesn't listen to them. He's certainly not going to listen to me. But I'll use his empty. I'll make use of his cigarette boxes. I'm not too hepped on him finding out what I'm doing with them because he'll smoke more. Well, let's cut I smoke them for you so you can have the box. I can just hear him saying that. Blame your smoking habit off on me. Yeah, I think he does like to see the things that I make when I work on stuff. Like I made those corn husk dolls, and he thought that was pretty cool that I made those corn husk dolls. And I showed him some of the little journals that I made. And then I'll show him the difference. Like if I go and get a belt, if I find a belt that I like at the thrift store, that I can take pieces apart, usually the metal links and stuff like that. And I had one where I showed it. I couldn't get the links apart, so I had him take them apart. And I was showing him how much a little metal piece cost at Hobby Lobby, a little decorative metal piece, versus a link off of that belt where I could get 20 of them. And I think he took notice of that. So I think he kind of enjoys seeing the different things. I wish I could get him interested in doing more stuff, but he'll do stuff if I ask him to. Like if I ask him to take apart those belt pieces for me, he did that, and I think he kind of enjoys it. But he won't take the initiative and do anything. Like he wouldn't cover his own cigarette boxes with napkins. What do I want to do that for? Well, you can make $20. Oh, well then that might interest him. Anything that he thought I could make any money from, he thinks twice about it, but ain't gonna make $20. I'm just talking. I'm just saying a way to get him interested in it is to tell him he could make some money from it. Yeah, I'm gonna collage this all down a little bit more with glue. So I'm not sleepy. So I decided I'd come in here and do some art. All right, let's dry this all off. Julie says, yours is a very fine tip. My sister smokes, but I never say anything about it because it's what she chooses. Yeah, I used to work in a nursing home when I was going to school. And we had I guess he was a colonel, whoever, if it's the Army or whoever. He was an officer. I think it was in the Army. I don't know if he was a colonel or a captain or what he was. I remember his name, but I'm not going to say it online. But he was paralyzed. He was paralyzed from the neck down. but he liked to smoke. And the only way that he could have a smoke is if one of the nurses, one of the nurse aides would sit there and, you know, smoke, let him handle the cigarette so that he could smoke it. And I would do that because not that I approved of him smoking, but I didn't let my choice interfere with his choice. You know what I'm saying? He you know, he was an officer. He certainly knew what he was doing. And we had some conversations about that. I remember talking to him about it. Not serious talking, just casual, saying that it's not my responsibility to make his choice for him. And the same way with my brother. I do tell him that I think he smokes too much, but I don't try to stop him from smoking if that's what he wants to do. I do tell him if he can spend that, you know, cigarettes are expensive. And if he complains about how much money I spend on library books and stuff like that, thrift store stuff, I just say, well, at least I'm not smoking it, at least I'm not burning it up. He doesn't complain too much because it's not his money, you know. He just he thinks I have enough, though. Let's see. Let's get out of. And I don't know if Rosemary's still here, but an old X-Acto knife for a scalpel might go into that apothecary kit. And I was thinking adhesive bandages. And what else was I thinking? All those newspaper ads for old medicine. And Rosemary showed, if you have to go to Rosemary's channel and look at her kit and what she did for her example. And she took up the box that she's going to send this stuff to us in, and she made a little medical kit. And it opens up the little priority box that you get it in. She covered it and made a little. The only thing that I probably won't do a whole lot of is Rosemary is really into this Asian stuff more than I am. I don't have anything against it, it's just not my style. So I don't know. I'll probably use some of my own stuff instead of that. I might use some of it. If you can find I might make a secret Chinese medicine remedy book with all these secret recipes to cures for cancer and whatnot. Get this open. It's almost open. It's along the edges here where. There we go. But I thought that was really cool. And the other thing I like about Rosemary's kit is she always tells this little story. So I think that's fun. Now, I kind of like that. I think I'll put, I don't know, a matte varnish on this. I'm not going to attempt to. Should I try to paint the inside? Nah. Let's put the cards in there. See, these just fit. I don't think another 1/2 inch on these cards would fit in this box. I don't like that white spot right there. That needs to be a leaf. Well, it's got white over here too. It bends right here. I guess if I put a leaf there, it would take away from this one. So I guess that needs to be there. Now I'm just deciding if I need to, I have, where are they? I have these left over from, I have my owl, a owl. I could put him on there, he fits, but I'd have to shorten him a little because this has to open. He'd have to come down to there. Or I could just stamp an owl on there. I like it better with this though. And if I put that there, I just have some scrappies here. I don't think I can get, I don't think I have any more. I got some thin ones. Might be able to stamp an owl there. Put that on there and cut. I don't think I like that. I like the owl on the back. Or I could put him on the front here. I like him better on the back. He needs to come down about a ½ inch. Right in there. See, these come off a different, I'll cover up my, let's put this one on. I'm going to put it on with tape. Oh, jeez. Tape sticks to everything. My fella, Arlene says, my fella wants to see my crafts, but isn't interested in doing them. I feel like he's artistic, though. He takes totaled autos and completely restores them. Wow! And they're gorgeous when he finishes. Wow, Arlene, that's cool. She said he brings me the most cool things. Car parts, computer parts, odd boxes, just bits, and says, I thought you could use this. Oh, and big rolls of bubble wrap from the windshield boxes. That's cool, Arlene. Arlene, I don't want you to stay up too late just because I'm on late. Don't feel like, if you need to go get your rest, that goes for anybody that's in here. It's what, 12:30 Central Time. It's 1:30 your time. Don't feel like you have to stay in here just because I'm online, because I want you to get your rest if you need it. I'm not chasing you away, but I don't want you to feel like Meri's on, so I need to mod. I don't want you to feel like that. I want you to take care of yourself because we want you around. Yeah, I'm going to have to trim that. Put that right in here. Now, I want to work on I've got to fold up those two zines, one for Dee Dee and one for Lynn J. Lynn J won the zine giveaway last night. That's not going to be dark enough. I got out a new one. Where did it go? Is this it? Let's outline this box. That's probably all it needs, is a little outlining. Hi, Rhonda. Welcome, welcome, Rhonda. I was just sitting in there. What was I doing? I don't even remember what I was watching tonight. Oh, I watched Mabel Sale. Mabel Crafting on a Budget. She wasn't feeling that great tonight, but I bought a ledger from her. I was happy to get it, and I bought some checks from her and something else. I don't remember what it was. Let's see, I'm gonna mark here. And Shannon said that she might have another sale sometime. Shannon made a little mini journal today. I think it was was it a coffee bag that she used? This is just a little makeshift cigarette box prompt card holder. This is my third one. I don't know what happened to the other two. I have a feeling they fell down the crevice here on the behind this cart, because I had them out on the side of my cart here. I'm just putting black lines around the edges here, framing them off. I had a laugh at the eyeballs on this. Pink Girl, he said one of the prompts was eyeballs. And he made me giggle every time I looked at him. Little prompt card box. I think I'll call that done. I'll save these little scrappies, throw these away. These will be saved in my, thought I had an envelope over here. Oh, I do. It's this one. I need to put some of this stuff in it. Where's the rubber band? What did I do with the rubber band? It's in there. I should take this thread and Wrap it around on this. This has Arlene's fussy cuts and little stuff like this for my projects that I'm not ready to throw away yet. Like this. This will be used someplace. I'll just fold it up and put it in there. Throw that one away. Put my scissors back. I got yucky gluey hands from handling that paste. It has to be a paste, but boy, I'll tell you, it sticks right on your fingers. That owl needs a little enhancing here. There, a little better. Yeah, stands out a little bit more. Okie dokie, let's put the glue away. Boy, I don't have that fan on it. I sure could use it. It's warm in here with the, I'm right above the furnace. All right, what I want to do next, I have so much stuff out here, is I need to get a couple of these zines ready to sand. And see, this is why I lose these things. I don't know what to do with them after I make them. I guess I'm going to have to make me a box to keep all my little prompt boxes in. Me a little box. You know, I do have something. I'll have to get that out. I have a little wooden tray box. I can put those in. Yeah. I'll see what you guys are. Of course. Hi, Norma. I'm laughing at Arlene. She said, he's a good one, although you wouldn't know it if you saw him during a hockey or football game. Hi, Barbara. Barbara Betzer. The lady that I think's from England that's really from Texas. Oh. I'm just trying to get caught up on some things, Norma. I'm going to see if I can't get a little of this paste off of my hands. Let me tell you, it is on there. And all it is rice. Boy, it's really on there. That's why I say, if you use rice and vinegar and make a paste, and if you grind it up in a magic bullet, be sure you wash that, soak your blender or whatever you're using, put it in water right away, because that stuff, it dries pretty good. And I'm thinking that it almost dries too good to be a glue stick. I think I got too much cornstarch in it. All right. Well, my hands feel a little better. And I need to put a new paper on my desk, but I'm not going to do that tonight. It's tearing over here. All right. I'm going to put a piece of wax paper down now, because I don't want to mess up them at my zines. I tore the one that I was doing last night, and I was thinking I should have used a glue stick instead of double-sided tape. Alrighty. I should probably use this to... And I got out that marks a lot. Where is that? Where did that go to? Buried underneath all of these embroideries. Yeah. Alright, let's dig you guys out. Here's the foil that was in that cigarette box. Let's put that in my calendar envelope here. I can't tell you how many of these I have now. I keep saving all my little scraps in envelopes. Alrighty. So the next thing I want to do is create 2 of these zines. One for Lynn J and one for Dee Dee. So I can get them off in the mail on Monday. And of course, when you take this to get it copied, it always leaves that white border. Okay, now let's fold this. Bone folder. Oops, I didn't get that very good. But I got it. All right. Little houses zine. So you do the hot dog fold here. Can't see where I'm going. Do the hot dog fold. I learned that from Tanya, the hot dog fold and the hamburger fold, Tanya McGuire. And I don't know if she's going to stream tomorrow or not. I lose track of you gals sometimes. What's going on in your worlds. Fold it this way, I think. if I remember right. I have a hard time seeing. Let's fold this way first. I can see it better. Whoops. I had it and then I bumped it. Yeah. And when he copied it, of course he doesn't, the guy who did this didn't realize, and it's not too bad. I have to reborder some of this stuff. There we go. Now, I cut it and then I'll do the inside borders, but I think I'll cut it first. Cut it there. Now I border these so the white doesn't show when that gap's open at the top. Or doesn't show as much. And especially the outside ones here, the top and bottom, the short side is what will show if it's not folded good. These sides here, these sides are the top and the bottom. They don't really need bordered as much, but I do all four sides anyway. I gotta do 2 of these. And I think I'll stamp a couple little owl envelopes to send them in. And I'll be all ready to address and send on Monday. So this is my front page here, the pink house. So it folds like this and like that and like that. So let's do some. Like that, like that, like that. Looking pretty good. Now Tanya uses a glue stick, and I used tape last night and I didn't have very much luck with it. And look at that glue stick, I'm ready to dig it out. A little bit of glue on the insides here. And you take and match these up. so that they don't gap open in this one. And I think glue stick probably works better than the double-sided tape. It's too stubborn for this stuff. The glue has a little bit of give if you need it. I'll match these two up. This is where I went wrong last night. I think it's going to work tonight. And let's see if I need a little bit more of a marker here. And you can see my signature there. You can't see it there so much. I blacked it out, but you can see it on these, sort of. I signed them when I made the zine, so they're part of the copy, so I'm going to leave it just like it is. So there's one done. Yay! And let's put it over here. I'll put it right there. And I'm going to do the other one. Same thing. Arlene says, I'm certainly not an authority, but that makes sense to me. As long as it still works, the date doesn't matter. Yeah. Now let's flip it over. Stuff out of my way. I have a sip of tea here. I think I'll work on my sewing caboodle kit after I get these done. I just want to start hand sewing some of the, right now the little pieces that I have entered in it are just tacked on with double-sided tape, saying this is where I'm going to put it. And I want to take some of that embroidery floss and start stitching, hand stitching some of it down. And I've got it bound with a temporary binding. It's just to hold the pages together. I'm going to put a more permanent binding on it. Probably won't do that tonight. I'm just going to do a little stitching in it. And I need to work on my snow globes. I've decided that those Penelopes, I'm going to do them in stages rather than get all the paint out at once. I'm going to paint all the pin cushions, and then I'm going to paint all the faces. Do it in stages. Alrighty. And a couple of places here that it's missing some dark. Now let's do the folds. Hot dog fold first. I've got to get my printer set up. 71 cents for a copy is way too expensive for me. I just haven't got it done. No excuses. I will say it's pretty nice paper. It isn't, it's a nice bond paper. It's not just plain old copy paper. It's a nice paper. But what, 5 copies at 71 cents a copy would be what? 355? No, it'd be more than, yeah. 355, about 3.5, between $3 and $4 by the time you pay all the tax and everything, I guess. Mary's just complaining. Let's put a line down this way. And straighten this one out a little more. Okay. Now, I think she folded it this way. I can go to the library, and I do say I think the library that I go to up where we do our shopping, I think their copies are every bit as good as this, and I only pay 10 cents at the library. So I think I'll be going to the library, but the reason I didn't this time is I can't go in there and do it myself. The library's closed to the public. You can call and have roadside service, but I don't know if they'll do photocopies. Usually to check out books and such. And I'm just, we have a system in Nebraska where you can get what they call a Nebraska card. Like if I have my library card through my county library here in the county I live in, every library that participates in the statewide Nebraska library system, you can get what they call a Nebraska card, and you can go use the library in bigger libraries in larger towns. And that one I go to where I like the copy machine is a little bit larger library. And I like their prints. I think they're every bit as good as what I have in my hand that I paid 71 cents for. And it goes this way, I believe. Like this and like that. Not quite. Now this one I think is good enough that I really don't need the inside markings, but I'm going to do them anyway. Just because my wax paper's laying down. There's it this way. You know me, I like these big, bold, black lines. You don't have to do this. Sometimes I'll paint it, too, with just acrylic paint. Depending on what my zine is. Boy, it's getting warm in here. Whew. That furnace is really putting off the heat. Now tomorrow night, starting at 5:10, I actually looked at the schedule this afternoon. I'll be doing an introduction to the Sunday night hop. There's a schedule out on my community tab, and there's one in the Phibbsville Friends group. And I'll do a little 10-minute introduction because this is a new group. Keisha's Creations will be coming on after me. And then we have AP, not in this order. And Keisha comes after me, but not in a specific order after that, because I didn't memorize the order. But APG Jamie, Ayala Art. Now I think Ayala is going to have a premiere video, because she's not sure. She may or may not be there in person, but she said she'd have a moderator and we'll be there. And She Spins, which is Juanita, and Mabel, who's the Crafting on the Budget, and Lisa Conway. I think there's 9 of us in this hop. Who am I leaving out? Shelley, Crafting Mamas. We're just going to do art videos. Since it was our first hop, I thought that the streamers would be more comfortable doing art that they were comfortable doing, that they do a lot. So I made the theme, I just want to, and then whatever they want to do, art journal or glue book or make cards or whatever they do. And what they're going to do is have actually on the schedule too. And we will be doing that every 4th Sunday. Every 4th Sunday we'll be hopping on Sunday evening. And then last week on Twitter, the Musical Scrapper usually puts together the New Year's Stream-athon, which is really more with it started out with the Ustream gals. And when they all came over to YouTube, it carried on. And I've streamed with their YouTube stream for the last 2 years. And of course, because I get up real early in the morning, I do the first one. Well, Jean, the Musical Scrapper, is the gal who puts this all together and coordinates everything. Well, she didn't want to do it this year, so I thought, well, I have enough experience putting together hops and live streams now. I volunteered. So my approach to that, if you're out there listening, if you did one of those streams with the New Year's Stream-athon with Dee Dee's group, I'll be approaching you first. I'm going to give the people who streamed last year an opportunity to say if they want to stream this year. And if they all do it, then want to do it again, then we'll be streaming the same way as we did last year. But some of them may not want to. I don't know. I don't know what the feeling is out there. I just volunteered to coordinate it in place of Jean because I didn't want to see it fall by the wayside. And it's not on New Year's Day. It's on December 31st. We welcome in, it's New Year's Eve. We welcome in New Year's Eve. I started off real early in the morning on December 31st. And I think Janet Young actually does or did. And I could be wrong there. I'd have to look at the schedule from last year. They welcome in the New Year's around the world. So that's kind of fun. So I'll be doing that this year. So if there are any gaps, I might be approaching some of you and saying, would you like to join our Stream-athon, our New Year's Stream-athon? I'm going to be sending out the emails to the former people after November 1st. I already have one who messaged me, so we've already got one person besides me. Hi, Mina. Arlene says, the corporation where my fellow works was throwing away laser printers. He got several of them out of the dumpster and fixed up one for me. It's black and white, but it's nice. Very cool, Arlene. Yeah, you missed me showing my homemade glue stick. You'll have to go back and watch. This is not it. This is a one that's going empty on me. But I was playing around with making homemade glue sticks this afternoon, Nina. And I like how I molded it and put it in. I like how it fits into the little container. I'll be saving my empty containers now. Well, I've been saving them, but I'll be hunting them all up. But I don't think I have the formula for the glue yet. It's nice and pasty, but it's not sticky enough for me. And I'm thinking that what I'm going to try next, I'm talking to Mina now because you guys have already seen this. I made it, Mina, with rice and vinegar and cornstarch. And I think what I'm going to try next is just taking some of that PVA glue and mixing cornstarch with it until it, or maybe even some flour until it gets a paste. You make a little pasty roll and squish it down in the tube. I'm going to see if that works. Or I could try some of that Mod Podge too, but I think Mod Podge will dry out for me more. And the glue might too. The PVA glue might too. But it's been tried before. It's not a new concept. There are videos out there on making hot glue sticks, and there's more hot glue stick videos than there are just our type of glue sticks. But and you know, I was wondering too, you know how Shannon has showed where Vicki Ross took that sponge and put it in a little tray, a little plastic holder, a little Tupperware container. And then when they want to glue, they just take their, you know, they use the sponge that they coat it with glue. And then when they want to glue, they just, you know, put their image over that sponge that's got all sorts of glue on it. And, but I don't see people using that method too much. They think they use it in schools. But I was wondering if we could make a sponge to fit in here. You would have to have a round one, but soak it with glue. That might be an option to try too. Take a sponge and kind of a thin sponge. You'd have to have a pretty thin one. And then roll it up. Roll up a sponge and fit it in there and then wet it with glue, moisten it with glue. And you'd have to be sure that cap was on it good, so it would be airtight, so you might end up gluing the sponge to the wall of your glue stick. Oh, there's Beth Schuler. Hi, Bethy. Welcome, Beth Schuler. Barbara, thank you for the Happy Meal, she says. Barbara who? Barbara Betzer. Hi, Barbara. Let's see. Suzanne, if you go to bed, I hope you rest well. Sue says, I may be going to bed, back to bed soon. Now, I will say to any of you, it's the wee hours of the morning. Don't feel like you have to stay on here just because I'm here. I couldn't sleep. All this stuff on my mind. I want to stamp a couple of envelopes, and then I'll have these zines ready to mail. Dee Dee's, I have to do a self-addressed envelope. Let's see if I can find my envelopes even. Hold on. I think I put my envelopes down here. Did I not? There's crayons and pen markers. Maybe I took them out again. Maybe I put them over here. envelopes. Here they are. We'll send them in the pretty big envelopes. I could just send them in these. Probably could send them in these. And get a business type envelope for Dee Dee. And let me pick up the magazines here. I want to do some stamping. Shouldn't take me too long. Stamp an envelope to come back to me, and this one will go to Dee Dee, and this one will go to Lynn. Where's my little owl? And I'll put this down here where I know where they are. This guy refreshed my ink pad last night, so it should be pretty fresh. So this will go out in the mail on Monday. Now this one will come back to me, but I'm going to put an owl on it. And I'll put my address in there. And let's clean off the edge here. I don't care if it's on mine. All right, let's do Dee Dee's. This one will go to Dee Dee. You know, Suze, I don't sleep a total 8 hours. I used to when I worked. When I worked, I slept a good night's sleep because I was tired. But I don't like that. I'm going to do another one. I don't burn off all my energy. So I'm not tired. I wake up after 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I'm going to do another. I didn't get that inked up very well. I like mine, sort of like mine. I got this owl right out here to the edge, and I don't always get the edge of that inked up good. Now let's see if that works. And then even after you get it inked up good, you gotta press on it good, Meri. There, that's a lot better. All right, now let's do one for Lynn. That's what Lindsay always does. She breathes on her. Okay. Mine isn't so cool. Let's make a little. I'll color mine in. Just a little mark there. Okay. So, this will get my address on it and the zine, and this will go to Dee Dee. I'm not going to address them here. And this one will go to Lynn. And I'll put a little note in each one. But not tonight. So these will be ready. I've got some Happy Mail to go. Ready to go. Whoa! Mary's got some Happy Mail ready. I need to send out those postcards I gave away. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm tired of Happy Mail. Let's get out my sewing caboodle. Is this it? No, that's not it. Is it down here? Yes. That's not it. What happened to my sewing caboodle? Down at the bottom. See, I made these journals. I still have a piece that I want to put on there. I made these a couple weeks ago. Little journal. This was a doily. And this was paper that I used the butterfly PT on. This really turned out nice. I like this one. I like this journal a lot. I have to decide what I want to put in there. I'm thinking vintage pictures. I bound it with some ribbon, seam binding ribbon. Here, I had a bow that kind of matches this bow. And this one is some fabric I had, and I glued up. Somebody sent this embossed paper to me in Happy Mail. I might have gotten that in one of Shannon's packs, paper packs. I don't remember. I do like it. And then over here I have this. I think I got this from Sharon Lombard, I think, sent that to me. And I mounted it on just black paper and put it to the back of this fabric to strengthen it. And I actually did one page in here. It needs some more work on it. It doesn't stand out too much. But I had a laugh. This came out of that paper I was showing you guys earlier when Rosemary was here. But this is about Ms. M-I-S-S Nash reappears. She was indignant because her portrait had been sent broadcast. But what happened was she was teaching school, and over summer break she disappeared from her home in Washington for nearly 3 months. And then she returned, and she taught school in the schools of Washington for 14 years. She refused today to explain her absence. Where do you think she went? I was sitting there. I was laughing about it because I thought the kids probably drove her crazy and she probably needed a break. She said that she was certainly old enough to take care of herself. She was indignant at the thought that her portrait and description had been sent broadcast throughout the United States by police authorities who, on her behalf of her family, were searching for her. From the newspaper long ago. And this came out of that Victorian sticker book. So did that. But I feel like I need to put some black lines or something around here to make these pop. And then this, the reason I made this journal is this is just drop paper from that, this is parchment paper, drop paper, just out of a roll of parchment paper at Dollar Tree. And that's what I had that butterfly PT fabric drying. And this is the walnut ink one. And I really like these pages. They're crunchy. And this is just some drop paper, some brown paper with the walnut ink. And so this was just drop paper, and I just bound it to make a little journal. This, of course, is, what was this? I think I used the spray, a distress spray on this yellowish shears distress spray. So I was playing with these journals. I'll get them out and play with them more. I want to finish Tanya's little journal. I just got a couple pages to finish in hers. But these were sitting over here on my cart when I reached over to, no, you reach down and get this. I'm working on needlework. I missed last week again. Those gals are going to kick me out of the group if I keep missing weeks. I sit out with some gals from St. Louis on Monday afternoons on a Zoom and do needlework with them. Well, that's not my, where's my, come on. This is what Becky sent me. Where's my, I guess I didn't go down far enough. It's the very bottom one. Kaboodle kit. This is what I want. Let's put these back, or they'll all fall on the floor. I'm learning to put my things in little packages and keep them together when I want them. They're there. I don't have to hunt all over creation for stuff. Put my tools away. Alrighty. So the Kaboodle kit. I taped it all up. I'm just going to take the journal out first. This is the sewing one for September, I believe. And that's the very first Kaboodle that I got from Rosemary. I'd gotten other things from her. I got her her encaustic class. I ordered that from her. All right, this is what I'm going to eventually bind this with. But right now it's just got a temporary binding in it. Just to hold the pages together in the order that I want. Can you guys see it well enough? Let me see. I might have to zoom in just a little on this. Hold on. Welcome everybody who's come in. Welcome, welcome. It's the wee hours of the morning. It's 1:30 almost here. All right. So I figured out the page order. That was the last thing I did. And I bound it together. So now what I want to do is go through. And I'm counting this as a page here. I'm not going to sew that down because I want, that's the back. Excuse me, it goes like this. I want this to flip. This is still a page. I want to be able to see this beautiful toile print on here. So I flip it there. And I have this little hanky in here, just a little bit showing, is actually my wraparound. It's actually goes to the back here, to the back page here, and it's doubled over. I'll probably make a pocket out of it, but it wraps around all of this to the front over here, to the first page, which would be right here. I got a piece that needs to be stitched down. So this is actually my first page, this little half page lace thing. Then this is the second page, and I have this, and it's just tacked down. This was little tape measure fabric that Rosemary sent. So it's just tacked down on there with double-sided tape. So I'm going to start right there. And let's get out a needle. Let's get Penelope out here. I have a needle right here. Thank you, Penelope. And I'm going to stitch this down. And I'm going to use this needle with a fairly large eye. And let's use this blue. I got this embroidery floss at the thrift store. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday that I went. And this is DMC number, no, this is JP Coats. Where's the beginning of it? In here someplace. Right there. Which one is it? Well, if I pull on it, right here. Yeah, there we go. So let's just pull out a, I'm sure it's probably all tangled in there. Yeah, I'll probably have to pull it out of the, there we go. That should be enough. And let's get my, oh, my doorknob scissors holder. This, of course, is a, ouch, stork scissors that I got at Walmart, I think, just recently. Walmart or Hobby Lobby or someplace. This doorknob came out of my parents' house that my brother tore down. He asked me if I wanted the doorknob. He said, "Do you want this?" I said, "Yeah, it'll make a nice scissors holder." And it does. So I think of my parents every time I use that, every time I get out my scissors to stitch with. And they hold my, it holds my scissors for me. It holds the little gold ones better than these. These are kind of big for it, but there you go. And then when you stitch, when you actually do needlework, you got 6-ply embroidery thread here. Just as a little lesson of how to separate your embroidery floss. Hold the end there and kind of tap it with your finger, and that'll kind of separate those threads. Grab a hold of one thread, and hold on to the 6 strands in between your thumb and your index finger, and then just pull up on that thread. And it'll kind of gather down there, but just keep pulling. There's one thread. Straighten it out. Tap, tap, tap. Grab another thread. This is elementary needlework. Grab another thread and just pull it out. And you always want to separate your, especially if you're doing cross stitch or needlework or something, because the way it is here, it's all twisty. And if you stitch with it like that, you'll have a lot more twists. And then you grab it, the 2 ends, get it off of your gluey fingers. Grab the 2 ends here and straighten them out. I don't have good light here to see where I'm going. Where's that other thread? Get them even as you can. And yeah, I put a little DNA on mine, which means I look on it. And there you go. Thread your needle. Now I've got a pretty large needle. So I'm just going to do some stitching in here. And I think I'll just let my stitches, my threads hang, but I'm going to make a little knot here. I'm not going to try to hide my thread. I could hide, well, let's do this. Let's knot it. See, I could take this thread here and hide it underneath of this fabric. Well, if I could get it up, I could. I got it glued down. I'm not glued down, I got it taped down, but I could hide this thread underneath of this fabric, and that would hide it, but I kind of like it hanging. So for this application, for this journal, I like it hanging. Kind of cool. Now, do I want to do a blanket stitch, or do I just want to do running stitches? Or do I want to do, what do I want to do? Whip stitch it maybe? Whip stitch is just kind of diagonal stitches. Let's just do some diagonal stitches. And I'm certainly not a seamstress. I'm not pretending to be an authority here, but at least it'll be stitched down. I do know that much about threading the needle though. And I had, to tell you the truth, I had one lady, gosh, I was what, in my 30s? Before I learned really how the proper way to thread a needle. Now, I don't have any trouble threading these large eye needles. I just put them in there. But I had one lady at one of my needlework classes show me how to thread a needle. And she had a system. You look for on the needle, you look for, there's two sides to the needle on the opposite sides of the eye, and you look for the one that has the little gap kind of down the center, and you get your thread right up to it. I can do it. It's easier for me to do it than to explain it. But she taught me how to thread a needle, and I thought, geez, I'm 30 years old. I never really knew how to thread a needle. But that was several years ago, so I've learned my lesson by now. Now, what do I want to do on the corner here? Let's turn my work. And I think I'll do a stitch up here. Come into that same stitch and kind of make a triangular corner there. I'm sure that you guys can't see this that well. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit more for you. That might be a little better. But now I have to make sure that I'm in frame, so what do I have here? Is that a, well, that's an owl. So if I keep my work right here at the tail of that owl, you can't see it. There's an owl's tail right there. There's an owl tail. And there's some paint spots there. So if I kind of find some spots to keep my work in so that you guys can stay in frame, I might come down just a little. Sit back down. Let's see if I can stay in frame while I'm working. Let's see. Let's come. I'm going to have to turn it though. And your needle will, your thread will twist as you go. It's just the way of the in and out motion. There's different ways to straighten up this thread, but that worked for now. Let's see, I think I want another stitch in there. Like that. That one's kind of big. Oh well, maybe the side ones will be bigger. That stitch is really too long. I'm going to leave it. It's just a stitching journal. Like that. Let's turn it this way. I might have to rethread my needle again here. May not made that thread long enough. I'll put one more stitch in there. Am I in frame? Do I need to come over that way a little more? Come up or down? Up. Up. Why it is, this feels a little bit harder to stitch on the bottom than it did on the top. Is it the direction that I'm going through the fabric or what? Oh, I know what it is. I'm going through double-sided tape. It's getting sticky. I'm going through that tape that I tacked that fabric down with, and it's sticking onto my needle, and it feels like it's harder to stitch, and it is. I might get lucky here. And just have enough thread to finish off if I only do 2 stitches here. Oh, maybe I can get by with 3. Oops. I don't know. It seems like I keep getting out of frame. Sorry about that. I'll draw a picture. I'm going to have just enough to finish off here. Can I knot it with this one? No. Let's just pull it off with a needle. Oh, I got one in there. Let's try that again. There. Now, I like it hanging. I like my threads for this type of a journal. I like it hanging. I'm just going to let it hang. Now, what I planned was a pocket. I planned on putting trim, so I think I'll do the trim here next. But what am I going to do with this? Am I just going to leave it like that, or am I going to try to tack it down? Well, if I make a pocket though, I might want to tack this down because it gets in the way of the, and all I did was fold this piece under, make a V. If you fold it like that, it's got pretty low cut work down there, but I need to stitch this ribbon trim on it. And I'm going to take my needle and clean off that glue with a little paper towel and hand sanitizer. And of course you guys can't see a darn thing, can you? I guess I'll zoom out again because you guys aren't seeing anything. Sorry about that. There. That might be a little better. Let's run this needle through some, get a little of that glue off of it. Now I still have blue. See, and I got this floral piece here that I think I want to tack down to. Let's take this, separate the floss. I swear my camera moves in ways that I don't appreciate. Let's move it down a little like that. I'm slow at stuff like this. I'm not a fast needle worker to begin with, but when I do this type of work for like in journals and everything, it takes me a while. And especially if I use a needle and thread to attach everything in. What did I do? That isn't what I wanted to do. I put the two ends together. I want to put the two threads together. You could use a glue gun to attach stuff, but I don't know. To me, a sewing journal should have sewing in it. If it were a mixed media, I guess it is kind of mixed media. Now I'm gonna let this hang out the top here, because I like it just sticking out the top. That's what it's gonna do. I'm not picky about that stuff. Let's bring it that way, and I think what I'm going to do is come around the top and knot it one. Like that. Maybe again. And then, as I work down the ribbon here, I'm just going to stitch it at the very top of my trim. Just kind of like, and you'll see some, I could come underneath. Let's go underneath. Let's go underneath like that. I don't know what it's going to look like on the inside of this, but it really doesn't matter because the inside will be tucked on the inside. Like that. Well, I guess it's still going to show. That isn't what I wanted. Let's go back under here. I want it right up in there. Ignore me. I'm still exploring what I want to do here. All right. Then I want to go around like this and come right up in. Yeah, come on, right in there. Yeah. I'm going to trim these two little threads off, or they're in my way. Oh, I guess I wanted these. These are in my way. I'm going to trim them off. And the long stitches will be on the underside. And there'll be a little blue stitch in there. I don't know. This needle's not that sharp. I need a sharper needle, I think, with a large eye. I'm having trouble getting through the fabric. Either that or I need a more slender needle. It's not, big old eye is not going through that fabric too well. Let's see if I can find a different needle. I might have to dig out my needles. I don't have very many needles in here. I have pins. I have big needles. I have that big long beady needle. Get out my needles here. I have this curved needle. I have this one too. Let's try one of these. Let's try this curved needle. Might work better. Curved needle is more for binding, but it doesn't have that. It's got a pretty big eye. Let's see what this one does. Excuse me while I rethread my needle. this way. Let's see if this one works any better. Coming at the fabric's pretty hard to go through. Do I have tape there? I don't think I have tape there, do I? I don't have tape on that. That fabric's just hard to put a needle through. And I'm not going through the lace, I'm just going through fabric. I want to come down there and up in here. There. I have tape, but it's down there. I'll probably have more trouble when I get down there. Where am I at here? I swear that camera keeps moving on me, because I was supposed to be in the tail of this owl over here, and now I'm way over here. I think that camera moves on me. This is what you call slow stitching. But I do kind of like it. I like the hand stitchy of it, look on it. I'm not sure about this hanky behind here, but we'll see after I get this done. Get my trims tacked on down here too. We will see, said the blind man, but he didn't see it all. Geez, I got 34 of you in here. Man, you ladies are up late tonight. Crafty Kitty. Hi, Messer Designs. Messer Designs, M-E-S-S-E-R Designs. Welcome, welcome. Meri, can we start listening to you again? Did you say ignored you? You can listen to anything I say, but please ignore it. If I say something offensive, ignore it. Ah, that tea tastes good. Beth says, Meri, did you know that the little strawberry on the tomato red pincushion have sad in them? Yeah, I did know that. Did you mean sawdust? It also has an emery. I did know that from needlework classes. It has, the old ones have an emery in it, E-M-E-R-Y, for sharpening the needles. But these needles should not be dull. This one I just took out of the package. I've never used these needles before. So they certainly, I think it's more the fabric than the needle. I think this fabric just has a really close weave to it. Yeah, I knew that, Beth, because I used to collect needlework, stitchery items. I have some collectibles all in Wisconsin. I have some really cool old tape measures that are really, they don't make those kind of tape measures anymore. They're collector's items. Of course, I'm not the only one who collected stuff like that. I have some nice things, but as far as collecting, but I don't know. I haven't, well, that's really a big stitch. I'm going to leave it. No, I don't like that stitch. I'm going to take it out. I don't like it. I'm going to take it out. Remove it, Meri. It's too big and clunky. We need a smaller stitch in there. Thimbos, tape measures, sewing birds, scissors. I even have a couple chatelaines, old chatelaines. Not, they're antique ones, but they're not ultra antique, you know what I mean? They aren't, I want to say they aren't museum quality, but they're nice ones to have around. They're not something you'd buy on the market. You get them at, I think I got mine at in an antique store. And half dolls. Half dolls. She's a pincushion doll, but half dolls were used as pincushion dolls and dresser dolls, but now see, here's the underside, but it'll be on the underside because I'm going to tack that down. This won't even show. I could run a ribbon across that. This is going a lot slower than intended, but I truthfully think this fabric has got a closer weave to it than, because like I said, I just pulled this needle out of the package. It's never been used before. Whoops. I know, let's rethread this needle one more time. Now, if I were I'm doing this online at a desk. I might be doing a better job of this if I were by myself and could get this closer up to me. And I'm not unhappy with it, though. It is what it is. It's having fun that counts. But why is that going through so hard? It should not be going through that fabric so hard. Well, I'm almost halfway done. I'm getting to the tape part. That stitch is kind of big, but I'm going to leave it. Am I getting off of the... See, I don't know why I seem to float over that way. Let's come back this way, Meri. Sorry about that. Maybe it's just the way that when I pull this thread through, I pull the journal sideways, I guess. I think I'm making my stitches larger. Can you go tinier with those stitches, Meri? I don't know. I'm getting tired of this. It wants to pull out of my needle, and I don't want to knot it. I just want it, I should have a longer thread. Where'd that go to? Right there. Whoa! What did you do? There. That's... I'm going to take it out. That's one long stitch. What is it sticking onto? One of these? I'm just about done. It isn't the best. I can do better than that, but I'm going to leave it. It is what it is, what it is. I honestly do better stitching than this. Come on. Gotta get it up to my eyes. I'm trying to thread a needle 3 feet away. I think I have eagle eyes. A curved needle at that. Where is the stupid eye? At 1:30 in the morning. There. I'm hoping this thread will last till I get down to the end again. Gosh, why is it having such a hard time going through that fabric? I'm almost done. Don't sew my pants. I can hear them saying, I don't want you to sew up my pants. I don't know. It's not too bad. If my thread would stay in the needle, I'd be happier. Couple more stitches. Come on. I'm almost there. One more. One more. Can you give me one more, please? Pretty please. Begging my thread to go through one more stitch here. Get in there. Get in there. Come on. There. Now, to knot it. Come on. Let's go in here, through there, through there. Don't fall out of my needle. What are you doing? I want it to come through. There. I'm going to let that hang. That was an ordeal. If you ask me, that was an ordeal. Let's go back to that other needle. I think I have. I need a sharp. My sharp. What's this? Is that a needle? Wait, I think I found another one here. That might be sharper. Excuse me while I thread my needle. See the thread here. Let's see if this one works any better. I just want to tack this purple trim down. And I think I'll come from the underneath and up. Now hold on to that. I think this needle is going to work better. You need a sharp needle with this fabric that I'm working on. It needed a sharper needle. And I'm just gonna do some long stitches on the back and tack it on the front. Those other needles weren't sharp enough. This one's working much better. Whoops. That one's not. There we go. Let's go under. One more time here. I get out of frame, I'm sorry. Maybe it's my wax paper that's floating around on me. Tack it down here. Let that lay flat. Maybe I'll just go poke it in and out. going to knot it on the back here. Now this is on the inside. This whole piece over here is on the inside. Penelope, I'm going to have to move up a little, my journal up a little. There, let's So I'm pretty happy with that. Now, now I want to tack. I guess I'll trim these off because they aren't going to look good after I just trim these. After I fold this, it wasn't looking good. So now I want to make a pocket. So I think I'll just do running stitches. And I want to go like that. And I could probably pin it. One pin might be enough. And do I want to stick with the blue thread or do I want to go to a different color? Blue. I have green and kind of a rose, dark brownish rose. More brown than rose. Yellow. I'm going to toss my thread. I don't want to in my way. I have a green. That might be pretty. A light green might be pretty. Matches. Something to match that. And have another green. This green might look better. I'm just using what I got at the thrift store. I thought I had more red than I do. I have 18 of them. What's that Velcro doing in there? I bought 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm missing 4 skeins. I'm not going to go hunt for them. I think I'll use that darker green. And I'm going to pull out a longer piece because I never have long enough threads for me. I'm always worried about it not getting to the end. What are you guys saying? Let's look at chat. Mary's playing in her journal late at night. Almost 2:30. The needle looks too thick for that material. Isn't she using a quilting needle? This needle works pretty good. The bigger needle may have been... I don't pay attention to the needles. This one was a book binding needle. These curved needles are really for binding books or for maybe tacking on trim or something, which is what I was doing there. This other one that I was using, where is it? It isn't that one. Where's the other one that I was using? That it wasn't that one because this one's got a big old curved piece. I use this when I bind my journals. Was it this one? No, that's in long. I don't know what happened to the other one I was using. It's here someplace here. This one is more of a, I don't know. It's not as sharp. And it's got a wider base at where the eye is. And that's what was having trouble going through the fabric. This one is sharper. This one is sharper, and it has a smaller, a more narrow width at the eye. This one goes through the fabric fine. It's a little bit long, but I don't pay attention to their actual use. I just say, this one looks like it might work, and I grab it. Except for when I do needlework itself. When I actually do my cross-stitch work, I actually like those petite little golden, I guess you could call them quilting needles. I don't know. I haven't bought one of those in a long time, and I really haven't really looked for them on the market. They're little petite gold needles. And when you do really fine needlework, like over 1 on 36 count, you need a tiny needle and a sharp, well, I wouldn't say ultra sharp, but sharp enough. You don't, when you do cross stitch, you really don't need a sharp needle, because your needle goes through the weave of the fabric, through the spaces when you do cross stitch. So there should be room enough for that needle to go in through the spaces of the cross stitch. And if you do a lower count, a high count, you need a finer needle. But when you do a low count, like 18 count or 16 count, you don't need a sharp needle, because there's enough space. You can actually see the holes if you're blind, even if you're blind. All right, so I want to stitch. So you'll probably see my stitches on the front here. So I want to be a little bit more careful. Let's see, I'm going to start it here on the underneath of this pocket. Right in there. And make a knot. I'm going to leave a pretty long tail. But I'm not stitching it to the outside piece yet. I'm just making a little knot in this piece here. The top piece, just to hold my thread. Of course. It's only because I'm online. What are you doing here? I split the threads there. Get in there. Oops. I don't know what fell. Was that Penelope I knocked over? Something fell. I think I knocked Penelope. No, she's here. I don't know what I knocked over. Something I had over there. I'll have to go look for it. I think it was a bottle of paint. All right. So now I want to start. And I think I'm just going to do a little running stitch if I can. And it probably won't be beautiful straight either. And I got this lace to contend with here. I'll get over that. Now this is not meant to be a beautiful quilted a beautiful quilt. This is just my little sewing journal. It isn't supposed to be beautiful handwork, so don't expect that. Although I will say it's not that bad. Let's move this pin now. Yeah. I got the thicker threads of this. I'm doing over some embroidery here with the cut work. And so the threads are thicker in spots because of the cut work and the threads around the cut work. Oh, so let's go this way. Come on. Well, it's not too bad on the outside. You can kind of see them, but not too bad. They kind of blend in. You'd have to look for them. Let's go in one. Come on. Yep, I have it in there, and then I pull it out. Yeah, I think I'm going to go right up to the edge here. pull it through there. Now I have a long enough thread that I could do something with this, but do I want to? Do I want to? I could actually tuck this thread in. I think I will. Take my needle and tuck the thread inside of the pocket, like, come on. Get my finger down there. Just through the one. I know I have this hanky thing in there. There. Come on. There. Pull it through that way. It's got a little, but that's okay. Now let's get in there and clip it off. Let's see if I can clip it without too much trouble. Where did it go? Right in here. There's my scissors. There. There we go. Well, in the end, I'm pretty happy with it. So I got one page stitched. This one. Now this, I just have one piece here. But I'm thinking this might be, I don't know, this is pretty thin too. See, this is just all tacked down. And I'm not even sure I like that binding. So before I do that, I'm going to skip that page because that needs some adjusting in there. But this comes that way. Let's move it up. This is the next page here. Right here. I could do that. Finish this one off. And then this comes this way and makes a pocket. But this is trim there. So it comes that way. And I need to straighten that card, or see, I don't like that binding caught onto that card. I could tear the card. And we'll see. I have to think about it. But that's the next. And this forms a pocket in here and a pocket in here. There's a pocket between these two. And then they'll form a pocket there. So there's kind of a pocket, and a pocket. 3 pockets. And this lace comes down this way. But I'm going to skip that for now. Because I'm not sure what I want to do with I think I'll do this. So my needle's threaded. And I can... I keep having to go up, up. Alright, so I think I want to straighten this out a little. Like that. Like that. Get that out of the way. So this will be the back. This will be on the inside. That'll cover up my stitches over here. So I'm going to make a little stitch here just to catch it. And come out to the side here. There. I feel like it's a mile away from me. Now I could have stitched all this before I bound the journal, but I didn't choose to do that because I didn't know where to put things where I was going to bind it. So I'm stitching it after it's been sort of temporary bound. I'm going to take this binding off and put a nicer binding on it later. This is just kind of temporary, holding it in place. That's my thought. Let's see, I'm going to turn it this way, though. I think I can work on it better this way. And hold it in here like that. Come on. Don't be stubborn. My big old hand in there. And it's not going to be straight, I don't think. You know what I need is a piece of paper. Maybe a, what do I have? I have one of these. Let's put this under it. Like that. Might do it better than my hand. Come on, Meri. You can do better than that. This needle might be a little bit long for what I'm doing. I might need a shorter needle. But I kind of like it. I like it. Put that under there. And you gotta understand that it's 2:35 in the morning. I'll be happy with it once it's done. I'm always unhappy with it until I get it done, and then I look at it later and I go, well, it's not so bad after all. I'm not that way with most of my artwork. I'm never pleased with it till 3 weeks after it's done. And I go, well, it's not so bad after all. I'm that way with my urban sketching. I go back and look at some of my old urban sketches that I hated when I did them, and I like them now. I'll get a good hold on this. I was watching, I don't know if you guys are subscribed to the This Old House channel, but they have a segment on there where a lady does different crafty stuff. Well, I wouldn't say crafty, home decor more. And she used embroidery hoop to make these really beautiful wreaths. And she made she stained the embroidery hoop, and I thought, oh, walnut ink. And she said, well, she used artificial flowers, but I was thinking, man, you could do some nice natural things, maybe even with this time of the year. Get out there before it snows. It's supposed to snow here tomorrow. Norma, are you still in here? I don't know if Norma's still here, but Norma is south of me, and we're going to get snow. And Rosemary was saying how cold it was where she is, and she's down in Arkansas. They're both south of me. And South Dakota, I saw a video online where, and it was just yesterday, where South Dakota was getting snow, and they were showing a car that crashed off the highway. Bad driving conditions, you know. It's coming. It's coming early this year. Is Joyce here? Joyce who? Joyce Boring. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Joyce. How you doing? I went to Mabel's auction this evening. I got a ledger journal. She was selling several ledger journals. A lady called Karen bought most of them. I got the one I wanted though, so I was pretty happy with what I got. And then I bought something else. I don't remember what I bought when I first went in there. I don't remember what it was. I know I bought something. I can't remember what it was. I'd have to go back and look at the video. And then right at the end, she was selling some checks. And she went offline before I said, please send me. She had the auction, and I was still deciding whether I wanted them or not. And right when I decided I wanted them, she was saying goodbye. So I left a comment and said, please send me 2 packs. They're canceled checks, you know, they're good ephemera. And I think she wasn't feeling very good this evening, so I think she said she was going to reschedule some of her auction for November 1st. Or around November 1st, I thought she said. I like the things she sells. I just can't buy it all. I wish I could. I would if I could. I'm usually, whoops, what did you do there? I didn't catch it. I need to catch both of those. Whoops, got it over here. I don't know what I did there. I gotta get it. My glasses keep sliding down my nose. Dollar store reading glasses. This is the old blanket stitch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for the caboodle that Rosemary is doing for November. Apothecary. And she's doing a Chinese twist to hers. And I'm not that much into Oriental, so I love the apothecary part. But 1800s, I think she said. So I think I can deal with that. Oh. Now I was showing old ads out of the paper, that crumbling up 1906 paper ads for all sorts of medicine magic. Heal your liver. I'm going to get a hold of it this way now. And I wish I could find that index when Rosemary was in here. I'm going to have to hunt out that ledger. It might be out in the dining room. I might have taken it out in the dining. Well, it keeps catching on this stuff. Come on. Get off of there. I might have taken it out in the dining room. I didn't know Rosemary was going to be in here, or I would have gotten it out ahead of time. I'll have to get it out and have it. And I was showing her my photo album. She says, "Meri, I saw that when you stenciled it." Oh, I didn't know you were in here. Rosemary can sneak up on you. Oops, I'm doing smaller stitches over here, I guess. Should have made them a little bigger, but I'm not going to go back and change them at this point. Get in there. Ah, it wants to catch over on this. So I got quite a few pages of stitching to do here. It'll probably take me a while. I'm going to finish this one before I start another one. I might just have a collection of Kaboodle journals to work on till 2025. If I like them. My thread's starting to twist on me. Let's see if I can straighten it out a little. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of this. Whoops. Spoke a little soon there. And I enjoyed watching Shannon this afternoon. She was talking about different catalogs that you can get. She named off several. I took a snapshot of her list. I had to laugh at her because she said once they kept sending them to me until they figured out there was no way in hell I was going to buy any of this expensive stuff. I just want your images. And then she started talking about how she didn't like the fussy cut. And I'm going, oh no, Shannon. You're supposed to love fussy cutting. No, she doesn't like to fussy cut. Or if she fussy cuts, she likes big objects to fussy cut around. Big, simple objects. She doesn't like all that little fiddly stuff. I get a kick out of Shannon. I think we all do. We love Shannon. And she was doing she was taking the catalog. It wasn't a magazine as much as it was a catalog. And she was removing pieces from the catalog and building them on her page. She was doing a front door Christmassy scene. I think We Get That Lakeside was one of the ones that she named. I think I got that one, and I think Lucia showed that one, if I'm thinking of the right catalog. Have a little pucker there. It's gonna pucker. Come on. And I was thinking, I was looking at it. It came here in the last week or so. And I was looking at it. And I was thinking how nice it would be to fussy cut some of the images in there. And I think Lucia was showing it. If it's the same one that I'm thinking of. And they did a nice job with their images this year for us people who like catalog images. And I like the Country Sampler a lot. Country Sampler you can buy off of the shelf, off of the retail, off of the rack. I like that one a lot. Of course, I can't get all those expensive magazines, but gosh, even the common magazines nowadays are expensive. $8 or $9 for a magazine. And I did finally subscribe to the Art Journaling magazine. And I'm tempted to subscribe to the Studio and Bella Grace. I like those. I like all the Somerset magazines, but, you know, you can't afford them all. Whoops, what am I doing here? I'm getting off. Kind of puckered it in there. What did I do? Let's turn it and see what's going on here. Not too bad. My threads all messed up again. I need a shorter needle. I kind of like the long ones, but when you get down to the end here, a shorter needle makes more sense. And And I probably have a shorter one. I goofed up in there on what I did wrong. I'm not going to take it out though. I'll put a pin over that. It's not too bad. It's just not all that great. Come on, get in there. Longer needle here at the end doesn't work all that great. One more stitch. Kind of catch this one. I think I can just kind of catch it that way. Sort of. And let's go underneath. Yeah, I did something goofy in there. I puckered it. I knew I was puckering it. We're going to leave it puckered. I'll get better as I go along, Mom. All right. That'll all be on the inside anyway. A little pucker looks pretty. Now don't pay any attention to this in here, because that's all temporary. That's just kind of temporary holding my pages together while I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next. This I'm going to skip because I might, I think I'm going to take this out, but I haven't figured out if I want to tear it. I think I do. Let's just tear it here. And then I'll fix it on the underside. And Rosemary says, Meri, I sent you this beautiful piece and you're cutting it all up. Sorry. Now there. I'll take it out. It didn't deserve to be in there. We shall fix that. See, all of this is just temporary. It's temporary. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with that, though. I'm going to let it lay like that, but then what's happening here? Like that. Like that. So I wouldn't call this the best binding, but it's good enough just to hold the pages together while I work. That's all I want it for. So I can work on this. This is going to tack on here first, and then this tape measure is going to come over it. So how do I want to do that? Yeah, how about some more of that green thread, light green? It'll blend right in. Arlene, are you still up? Did you all hear the silent not so sorry on the end of that sentence? Not sorry. I'm not sorry. Yes, ma'am. She's going to use that lovely green. Yes, this is a pretty green, isn't it? And it matches that lace. That's why I'm using it. And I think I'm just going to tack it again. Just little tacking here. And, well, I don't know. Do I want to make that a pocket? Let's tack it. Let's fold it. Let's pin this up. This piece up for now. Just to hold it out of the way. Ouchie. And let's tack this lace here and here. And this will be a little pocket. Branson says, I agree, Mary. I like all the Somerset magazines too. Art Journaling is the only one I subscribe to. Well, I never subscribed to any of them until this year because I moved around so much when I was contracting that I didn't want to have to change the address on my subscriptions every time I moved. But now I'm kind of here. So I figure I will get one. I do like, though, I like the Bella Grace and I like the Somerset Studio. And when I see them, I usually see on the stands, like I was at up in Grand Island where Hobby Lobby is, not at Hobby Lobby, but at Walmart. I wasn't looking for the Somerset magazines because I didn't think they'd carry those. I was looking for the Christmas issue of the Just Cross Stitch magazine because it has all the Christmas ornaments in it. The special edition. I think I'm going to have to order that if I want it because I can't find it retail here. But I was looking at their magazine rack and they carry things like they carry a lot of quilting magazines, one crochet magazine, the Better Homes and Garden, and the Victoria. I like Victoria magazine, but I don't subscribe to it. But every now and then I'll buy one. Like I bought that Thanksgiving issue that I'm doing all my yummy pages in. Oh. All right. So this is going to be a pocket. So this will be, I can stitch here and this will be tacked down. So this will be underside and this will be underside. So it isn't going to matter if I have like a knot or a, you know, my stitches like that on here. Because it's going to be on the underneath. Nobody will know unless they tear this all apart, which could happen someday. And they'll say, ooh, who did this? She didn't know what the heck she was doing. And they would be right. All right, let's go up in here now. Like that. Now, I think I'll do back stitches on here. So what you do is you come, your stitches up here, and you come down and go up again, kind of halfway up. Like that. You guys won't be able to see it because the thread's so much of the same color. But come down, go about halfway up again. And you should probably always go on the same side of the thread. So I'm always going to go, my needle is always going to point to the left side of the thread here where my thumb is. If I can get it through there. I got some tape there. There. So my thread is here, my needle's there. And I'm going about halfway up again. It's kind of a feathered back stitch. So down and halfway up again. And on the left side of the thread. And you can kind of see it happening here. I wouldn't say that it's an official instruction. You actually want to follow an embroidery stitch teacher to do all this. I'm just playing. It's kind of a stem stitch. I think that's what they call it, a stem. S-T-E-M, like if you were doing a flower. It's a back stitch, but it's, when you go halfway up, it makes little, looks like a flower stem. Joy said, my son just gifted me 3 magazines with stamps and dies. Wow. That's pretty cool, Joyce. Now one more down in here. I should get out that, I should get out my embroidery instructions and study more of these stitches. I used to do a lot of different kinds of stitches, but, you know, you get out of practice if you don't keep it up. I kind of went slanted there, but that's okay. It's not too bad. I think I'm going to tear this too. I caught this paper stuff on the thread when I was... Let's make a tear. I don't want to cut the thread, I want to cut the paper. Let the thread fall out of it. So I pull the paper up. I can always mend the paper on the back side. Get it out of the binding there. 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 That's much better. Let's move it over a little. Move it over this way. Move it there. That's much better. I'm going to take it off completely. See, this is all temporary. All this black, all that black in there is just temporary. I'll be taking that out. But I want to get my stitching done here first. Oops, I lost my needle. There it is. It gives me a chance to straighten my thread out. Rethread my needle. Julie says she's tired, but it's still too early here. I'm not tired, but I'll be tired tomorrow. I'll probably nap in the afternoon. Does anybody know if Tanya's going to stream tomorrow? She didn't stream with Lisa. They were camping or something. And I just wondered if she's away from home or if she's home. I lost track of her. Joyce, I got Tattered Lace magazine for a few years. I really like their dyes. Ooh, that sounds neat. I've never heard of Tattered Lace. I'll have to look them up. Out here where we are, we're lucky if we get Woman's World. They have Better Homes and Garden. I go to the library and get a lot of their free magazines. But she hasn't put any out lately. And I asked her when the next time she was going to put them out, and she didn't know. So I will be returning library books maybe on Monday. Well, I don't know on Monday, though, because I'm supposed to stitch with those girls. Maybe if I hurry. The library here doesn't open until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's 8 miles away. And I have to go to the post office. Of course, I can go to the post office earlier. But our group starts stitching at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I have to run to the post office, go to the library, and get home in an hour. Unless I tell them I'm going to be late, which I probably will do. But I missed it last week, so that's a pretty long stitch there, Meri. Yeah, there we go. I'm doing long stitches now. Oops. Pulled it right out of the needle. I'm just about done. I want to get right up to it, though. Right in there. And I think I'll come over here. Whoops, don't want that one. And make a knot on the underside. See, that will be all taken out. I keep saying those black pieces will be taken out. Come on. Alrighty, we got that attached down. I didn't count on doing that one tonight. Let's turn it this way and that way. Now this piece of tape measure will come down here. And I think I'll take a piece of, I think I'll run my stitches right down the center of it, or maybe right above those numbers. I can't decide what I want to do. And I'll have a little pocket in there. And this will change. Meri, Tattered Lace are UK-based craft company, mainly sold on the craft channel called Create and Craft. Oh, really? I'll have to look them up. Cool. Create and Craft. See? I think I know where all these channels are, and I'm always learning from you guys. Julie says she's in Sydney, Australia, and it's 7 p.m. You know, I like the late hours because I get to meet all you international folks. I was thinking that, you know, what? The UK is 6 hours ahead of us, and I think Australia and New Zealand is like 12 or 13 hours ahead of us. Because it's what? It's 3, it's, what did she say? It's 7-11, and it's 3:13 here. So 3 to 3 would be 12. Oh, man. You're more than 12 hours ahead of us, because from 3 to 3, and then you said it's 7-11, so that's 4 more hours. You're 16 hours ahead of us? 14 hours ahead. Wow, 14 hours ahead. I didn't know New Zealand was that far ahead of us. All right. Now, see, I could glue this down, but I don't think. Maybe what I'll do is do a black and do kind of a satin stitch here, 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 here. Of course, that would make all these, maybe just on the long ones. Stitch it there, 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 the 1.5 inch. Tack it down that way with, I don't know if I have black. I have black, I just don't have it out. So, I have buttons. I'm not going to go hunting for anything. Do I have any? I have this crochet thread, which really isn't that bad. And if I just use it. Now this, though, it'll still be on the underside, but I need to be careful. All right, I'm going to use this. I got another. Is this any thinner? This might be a thinner thread. Let's use this other. This is. I use this when I bind my journals. I got these buttons out here. Let's tie it so I don't spill them. I'll put this in the kit. Those buttons. We'll sew some buttons on. Oh. And I'll only need one thread for this. And it might be a little bit harder to thread this needle. This thread's a little thicker. Oh, it went in. There. So I still can start, well, I could actually start on the inside. Well, let's start right up here. If I can. catch it there. And I will put that cardboard in there. Can I get that cardboard in there? Come on. There. Whoops, I thought I had it in there. Evidently I didn't. Where's my palette knife? I don't have the fingernails to get in there. Alrighty. That isn't going to go all the way down. That's okay. Alright, where's my thread? It's right there. Now, if I come under and come down here, it might show a little. And come under there and kind of make a straight stitch, if I can. Come out that way. Uh-oh. What am I going to do now? I'm going to have to go back in and go under and come down here to the 10. I sewed that green on there, so I can only go this far with my, come down here to the 10. Can you guys see? Yeah, I guess you can, sort of. Right there. Do I like this? I don't know. I didn't come clear up there. Let's take this out. I don't like that. I'm going to go clear up. I'm threading my needle. Hold the phone. I think what I'll do is from here go under over this way. Come under to where am I at? I'm going to the, I need to come under here maybe. At the half mark. Let's go back under here. Right in there. Bring it through and come over. Go in and go clear over here to the 10. Ouch. Yeah, I like that better. It's just got a little stitch up there, right above the one. It's okay. go in there, come to the half mark up here. Ouch! Keep poking myself. Yeah, I like that. And then come in there and go over to the 9 mark. Under and to the half mark. Under and to the 8. Hey Meri, you shouldn't poke yourself. I'm not as careful as I should be. Arlene, are you tired? I think you would be tired, lady. It's after 4 where you live. Did you get any sleep last night? Of course, you're probably like me. You'll probably nap during the day. I'll nap tomorrow. Now let's go to the 7 mark here. I'll nap tomorrow. I'm wide awake. I'm not tired. You probably aren't either. Now, let's see if I can squeeze this down in here. Yeah. So go to the 7 mark. If I can get in underneath of that. Come on. It's caught in my stem stitching here. And come down to the half mark. And I'm at the bottom. I kind of like that. Now I need to tie it off though. I think I'll tie it off on the front. I could make a little tassel. I got enough thread. And I should put a button on there though, maybe. Let's put a button. One that my needle will fit through. I don't know if I got any buttons in here that my needle will fit through. I tied this real tight so it wouldn't. No, I can open it. Maybe one of these shank buttons. There's a white one right here at the top. What else do I have? A black one, but I don't know if my needle will fit through that. Let's see. Come on, get out of there. Ooh, what's this one? No. Let's go for that. Oh, my needle fit through those holes. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll sew a button on here. It says on the button, let's see, hold it, it says, it's upside down. I can't read it. American something. American, there goes something. Fell on the floor. Was it a button? American Living. That's what it says there. I don't know what I dropped on the floor. Let me look. Well, there's all kinds of scraps down here. What fell? Oh, my palette knife. I gotta vacuum the floor. That newspaper, crumbly newspaper on the floor underneath of my chair. I gotta vacuum now. It needs it anyway. All right, where am I going? Here and under here. And here. can't see. The lighting's not good in here. I can't see where I'm going. Who sewed this button on? It was me. Well, you're not going to sew any buttons on my jeans. When I was in college, I had a laugh. I was actually in my, junior year? And I lived off campus for a summer with a really pretty little gal and one of my friends from high school. She was the friend from high school was ahead of me. And we lived in this, you have to think college housing close to the campus. It was a house and had a porch on it. But the pretty gal, not my high school friend, but the pretty little gal was dating this guy. And he gave her his jeans, and it needed a zipper put in them. And I put the zipper in his jeans because she didn't know how to do it. So I did it. And of course, I didn't know too much about what I was doing either. But I remember him, he was so thankful that he said, at least somebody knows how to put a zipper in. I was so proud of myself. Of course, he still dated his pretty little girl. They were younger than me anyway. I didn't care, but I got a kick out of it. There we go. I don't know whatever happened to them. They were friends for a season. There. Now, this will all come out, and what I meant to happen, and I don't think it's going to happen now because this is too narrow. I meant this ATC to fit down in here. Well, it almost fits. I suppose if I trimmed it, but I'll put something else in there, like fold this up. Let's fold it right there and see if we can put this in there. Sort of. Well, this is catching it. Now, but something like that. I'll figure out something to put in there. I actually had this over here, but I don't know if I like that there now. So I'm going to put this back in the kit with the ribbon when I get done. What time is it? Let's see what's happening here. It's 3:30. Joyce said, I'm so proud of you, Meri. I was pretty proud of myself back then. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome, welcome. We've been up and playing in our art this morning. I couldn't sleep. So I got up and I folded up the zines, and I showed them my glue stick experiment. That's still an experiment. I still have to figure out the right formula. I think I'm getting there, but I don't have the right formula for the glue. And what else did I do? I guess that's about it. I've been playing in this Kaboodle book. We've been playing in the Kaboodle, which I got twisted up here now. Turning it this way. Let me put these buttons away before I spill them. You guys are sitting there going, she's going to knock them off. I know she's going to knock them off. That's a very distinct possibility that I could knock them off. Have to pick up all the buttons. I knocked the whatnot box over. I don't know if I want to do that. Let's tie a bow. There. I still have to pick up the whatnot box stuff. So this journal comes like so. And this is the wraparound, and it comes like that. So that's how it's going to be in the end, sort of like that. And I don't want to stitch this down, so I'm just going to let it flop because I want to be able to open it up and see the pretty in here. But I might have to figure out where my spine is and make a spine, maybe a satin stitch in here. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do this. It's just tacked on there now to keep my pages in order while I'm working on them. So we did this. I'm kind of proud of this now. We stitched that little piece down. We stitched the trim on here. We tacked that down. We stitched that. We stitched this little piece. This isn't stitched down yet. I'll have to do something to this. This is just taped down. And we stitched this and this. We tacked the lace down. We sewed on a button. You see, there's a piece of lace, a light blue lace in here that needs more than tape. So I think I'm just going to come right around here, just do a running stitch down here. Now it will show over here though, if I do that, from there to there. So I might put something over, I'll put something on here anyway. Rosemary says, Meri, are you still working on that? You're the slow student. I am slow, but I always like what I get done in the long run. Now, what did I do here? Oh, this is this piece. I think I'll let that fold in like that, because this is a unit here, and it opens up like this. You can kind of see it opens up like that, and then I've got all these pages in here. So you can see I got a lot of work to do here yet. I've got a lot of work to do on my book yet. This is a quilted piece, and this goes to this. And this is so flimsy, I might have to put something there other than my pretty quilt piece here. I'll have to put something there because that's too flimsy. That needs something on it. But that's a whole unit in here. It's a unit. It goes like that. And then that. And I'll probably be looking for stuff to put on here. This is just tacked down. This is dictionary fabric. This I'm going to stamp on. So I'm going to go through and do my little tape measures first, I think, though. And this needs to be stitched down over here. And here's some of that I want to send to Fran Baker. It's out, Fran. I haven't forgotten you. I found a yard of fabric of that European matte fabric. And here's some more of that green lace. I don't know if I'm going to put it that way or this way. I think it's better this way, but I wanted to stamp on this too. This is really fine. And this is the back piece of now let me get there, of this right here. This is the end of it. And then we have my wraparound, which there's going to have pockets because it's folded in half. So I'll probably put a pocket in here and a pocket behind it and a pocket in between there. And I'll probably have tags in the pockets. And then this is the last page here. This will be stitched onto the wraparound. And then I have this. And there we go. So let's go back. The only thing about this is turning these pages. I don't know. We'll work with that when I bind it, though. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to worry about getting... I want to stitch this down. What did I do with my needle? Did I put it back in? Yeah, I did. I gave it back to Penelope. Let's take this out. I'm going to save that for the calendar. Stitch down there. Maybe with this lighter. Well, yeah, that's lighter than that. Which is lighter than that. I don't have any light blue. This is thrift store floss. This is going to come this way. And it isn't going to matter what color I put on that because this is going to go over it. I just need to tack it on. It'll matter over here, but I'll probably cover that up too. So that whatever I put here is not going to matter. So, where's that light green that let's just use the light green because it's already out. Because it's not going to matter. Hard to see these threads at 3:30 in the morning. I should probably jump up and check my phone, see if it's getting juice. I think it probably is, or I don't no, it can surprise me though. Let me thread my needle here first. Let me check my juice on my camera. On my phone. See if it's getting juice. Yeah, it says 100%, so it must be charging. Beth, are you always up at this hour? Did you get some sleep, Beth? Between the time you streamed and now? You were in here earlier. Have you been in here all along? I usually, well, it depends on the day. But at 3:30, I'm usually just waking up. I set my alarm for 4 o'clock, but sometimes I get up before the alarm. Sometimes I have, just like this morning, I would have probably been up before the alarm this morning. But I don't have the alarm set for Monday mornings. Oh, this is Sunday night, Monday morning, right? No, wait, tell me what night this is. This is Thursday night. Friday morning? I did. What made me think this was Saturday, Sunday? I don't know. This is Saturday, Sunday. Tell me what day it is. This is Sunday morning. I'm sorry. It's Sunday morning, Meri. I had to think. My head was not in the right spot. Carla, there are quite a few pics on my Facebook. I will hunt for a good one, Arlene says. You need to go? Okay, Arlene, you go get some rest. You go get some rest, Arlene. We appreciate you coming. but I would rather have you rested and well than sitting in my stream taking care of me. And anybody else who needs to go get some rest. It's too early in the morning. I'm awake. So I'm just playing with this needle workbook, this needle book, this sewing journal, fabric book, Kaboodle, fabric Kaboodle book. It's all Rosemary Morris's fault. She's probably in bed and doesn't give a hoot. There. Now I really do need to tack these two together. So I think I'll take this thread up from here and up through that button and tack these two together here. And it will form a pocket, but I'm not going to seal the pocket down here. It will just be a pocket that I can put stuff in here. And I'll have to be careful that I might need to seal that. Maybe I'll change my wording here. Let's go back. It isn't going to show. We're going to stitch this. We're going to stitch these two together here. Right here. And then I'll have to come up here and stitch it here from here to here because I want a pocket. I want to be able to get in behind there, I think. Sure. So let me come from underneath. Where am I at here? Here, over into here, down here, right there. All right. So now I need to get a hold of these, and I need to stitch this onto that right here. So I'm going to turn it. And I'm going to do the same little back stitch over that stem stitch. It'll be a real threaded stitch there, almost. Am I doing that right? Yeah. Where's my cardboard? Put that under there so that I can see where I'm going. I'm almost there anyway. Now, how does that look over here? Not too bad. I'll probably put a lace or something on there. Let's just go back through here. Back to the beginning of it all. Over here. Bring that through. Now, I want this to be a pocket, and it is, but I want it to be a pocket up here too. So I think I'll put another button there. I caught onto that thread. I don't know if I have enough to go up there and do a button too. So I think I'll tie it off here on the underneath. Right in there. And then another knot. And snip, snip. I don't know if I want another button. I think I'll just stitch it down. I'm wondering if I can stitch it from the inside here so it won't show. I'll bet you if I put this in here like this and turn it. So I want to stitch right in here. Well, actually, I want to stitch there. Well, I could stitch it right in here. Let's see what happens. Catch it onto that. And I'm going to go inside here and snip off the and I'll be putting something there so these stitches won't show. Something like that. Something like that. More embellishment. Or I could put this ATC there, would look nice too. Well, little tall, but something to cover up the stitches there. So I have a pocket in here, and I have a pocket in here. This pocket in here is different than this pocket here, although this pocket peeks up that way, but I'll probably just put in something like that. Let's put it in there for now. Well, that one, let's put this one in there. That one fits better. And then maybe a longer one. Maybe I'll cover this one with fabric in here. Like that. Only, well, it fits almost down, but I have to rebind it. So now, we'll put these in here just to keep them. Will that fit in there? Yeah, just to keep it. A keeper. So now I have these to do. and this one. And what do I want to do here? I have that stitched on there. I'm not sure I like that there. Let's snip it off. Let's snip it here. I like that better. And actually, this should. There. So, that's what I'm doing. So, we got this to do. I need red. I have this red. And this is a pretty thick fabric. This might be a good thread for this. This is going to be my last page because I'm at a good stopping point before I start this flip page here. I might do that. And then it is what, 3:54? By the time I finish this, it'll be 4:30 or close to it. Let me thread my needle. And what am I going to do here? Actually, I like that cardboard under these. What am I going to do? I'm going to let the tail hang, and maybe a little longer tail. Yeah. Let's see if I can zigzag it, maybe. Penelope, I'm going to have to move you. I'm going to come under that stitch. It wants to go the wrong direction. There we go. Whoops. This needs to come down more. See if if I can zigzag this. I don't know. We shall see. It needs to come up a little over into there. Don't ask me if I know what I'm doing, because there's a good chance that I don't. This probably is not the proper way to make a zigzag. I'm just trying to follow the path. That may have been a little bit too long. I think I'm going to take that out. Too long. Let's pull it out. Let's try that again. Now, if I did this right, I should have lines of horizontal on the other side. And I do. And I could actually, I think, thread a ribbon through there. That's a little long too. Let's take that one out. I don't like how long that went. Whoops. I don't know if I could thread a ribbon through there or not, because my stitches, I could go this way with a ribbon. That might be kind of fun. We'll come back to that at a later date. Okay, I want a shorter thread here. Where am I at? I lost my way. Is that right? I think down in here. Maybe a little bit closer. Oops, got a twisty knot. Now, the best way to get these out is to unthread your needle. Again. There we go. Symptom of working with a long thread. But I don't want to stop and change my thread halfway through this. All right, back to work. Let's see, I came down, so I need to go up and over. Carla, are you still here? Vanessa's here talking to Carla. She says, I've been waiting for a month now for the people from the physical therapy to call me, Vanessa says. I've called them and left a message. Joyce says, Vanessa, I'm good now. So they're having a conversation about physical therapy out there. Well, I'm playing with my needles and threads here. Trying to do a semblance of a zigzag stitch here. Carla, if you get tired, you go to bed. You've been up all night. Don't you guys feel like you have to stay just because I'm on live. I don't want you guys to, I want you guys healthy and wealthy. I should quit. That's the best way to end that. Let me finish this zigzag stitch, this red piece, and I think I will because I'm getting kind of tired myself. I can finish this another time. I have so much that I want to do. My postcards are sitting over there begging for snow. Alrighty. Now, how am I going to do the corner? Let's come over here. Yeah. No. That went too far. And here. And there. All right, I think I'm going to just put this needle in my fabric like that. Just like that, and say, enough, enough. I've had enough fun for one day. Oh, I did the cigarette case tonight. What did I do with him? Put him over here. We collaged our little owl. You can't tell he's an owl. He needs a little paint in there. There. Let's fix him. Meri's just never satisfied. Where's my little brush? I gotta fix this owl. I better put my dollar store glasses back on so I can actually see this owl. Now I'll come back in with a black pen and make his eyes a little better. But let's make him a little lighter up in here. This is just a function of how it fell when I was doing the Dirty Dozen. And that needs to be an orange color up in there. Let me get out my Georgia clay. Where's my Georgia clay? Red. What happened to the Georgia clay? It's not here. Did I put it away or did it fall? Yellow. Rookwood red, we'll use that. It's close enough. No, it's not. What's my Georgia clay? Georgia clay. I put it away. Let's do some Georgia clay. Up in here. Oh, you just gotta laugh some days. Maybe a little bit. I didn't like that white in there. Oh, he looks cross-eyed now. I will fix him, I promise. I don't like his. Oh, we shall see, we shall see. Hold on, hold the phone. Mary's not done yet. Let's hit him with a little heat gun action here. don't know if I made him any better. He looks cross-eyed. Yeah, I don't like him. I'm going to do his eyes again. Let's get out the yellow. I don't like him. He looks messed up. You should have left well enough alone, Meri. I never leave well enough alone. It's not in my nature. Let's do his eyes over again here. Ooh, ooh. Big old yellow dots. All right. Let's dry that off. You know what's wrong is his nose. His nose needs a little shaping up. In here. I'll redo his nose too. Pretty soon he'll look like yeah, just give me time. I'll fix him. There was an old owl who sat in an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't Meri be like that wise old bird? I don't know. Let's see if I can't do this better. His beak comes down this way. Like that, and like that. Give him an eye there, and an eye there. There he is. There he is. I knew he was in there someplace. Let's outline his eyes a little more. There. Well, that eye, see that eye? I goofed it up. It just needs a little bit more. Where's my brush again? It needs a little yellow streak under that. See how the tiniest thing is eyeballs running into his nose there. Let's fix it. I'll just keep doing it until I fix it. There. A little better, maybe a little bit more over in there. He makes me laugh. He makes me giggle. All right, I think I'm going to stop on him. I think he's good. I don't like that, but I don't like the yellow behind him either, so it really needs to be more of a tan. Or, I'm not sure. Kind of looks like a stained glass owl. I'm going to leave him alone now. Let's do a little bit more coloring up in here. This is a cigarette box, if you're wondering. We collaged the napkin down over it, and it's holding the prompts for my prompt game. We did this earlier tonight. There he's playing. Gonna leave the bottom alone. All right, we worked on the prompt cards. We worked on the Kaboodle book. I stamped, I did the zines for Dee Dee and Lynn J, so they'll be ready to go out Monday. I did the zines, folded them up really nice, got them ready to go. Ooh, I need to put some glue in there. Did I forgot to put glue on this? Did I do it on the other one? I think I only did it on one. Yeah, we glued this one. Ooh, I might have glued it too much. There. This one's good. Let's fix this one or I'll forget all about it. Just needs a dab. If I can get a dab out of this. Get my palette knife. What did I do with it? I dropped it. I thought I put it back. Just on the two open corners. Just holds them together so they don't go flopping. Yeah, I need to find the right formula for the glue stick. I don't think I've found that yet. So this one goes to Lynn J and the other one goes to Dee Dee. So I did that. That's all I got done tonight. Played in the Kaboodle book. Let's put it like so. Let's put it like this. Let's put these like that. And, oh my goodness, we'll put the owl here and there. I don't know what happened to my little scissors. They're here someplace, probably underneath or on the floor. Alrighty. It is 4:30. Dollar Tree had these boxes of crayon, 8 crayon special. I didn't see the Dollar Tree ones, but I got some at some smaller boxes like this. Was it this? No, they were the 8. They were not, they were either 16 or 8 at Dollar General when the school sales were going on. So between that and what folks sent me, those boxes of 12s, I'm kind of set for crayons for a while. I need to get back to my crayons. Let me zoom out a little. Oh, there's my, let's put the scissors here for now. Oh, that fits. Let me zoom out a little. Or no, well, this is almost make a thumbnail right there. Wouldn't it? We'll leave it just like that. Maybe I'll take that out. Make that a thumbnail. But these are all what I've worked on tonight. Okay. Have a great Sunday. I will see you later tonight at 5:10 when we kick off our very first 4th Sunday hop. Every 4th Sunday hop. Bye, everybody. I'm going to go take a nap. Bye. Thanks for hanging with me all night. I appreciated it.